so please make me a co-host. This is Elaine.
Yes, Elaine.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mic check from Rob.
We heard you. Thank you. Board Member McAllister, do you want to test your microphone? And alternate Board Member Nis? Hello, welcome.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Right. Okay.
Evelyn, can we go ahead and check your mic while we're at it?
Hi.
Hi, thank you. Sound good.
Thank you.
Hey Liz, nice to see you.
Unmute. Nice to see you. I saw you last night.
This is true, showing up on all the good screens.
Yeah. I saw Cindy last night. It's getting to be an every night thing.
Yeah, Cindy's literally on everything.
Right.
Is somewhat on.
That's the chair of the board prerogative, right?
No, that was, I think, I was not strategic when I got on the board.
Oh, you're always strategic. I can't believe
No, Mike said, "Oh, you'll love this committee. You do it. You're gonna love it." And then I had a Joe do the same thing. No, it's great.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? You can't always believe men. On occasion.
Oh, what an auspicious way to begin the
There you
evening.
go.
Right.
And board members, just to let you know, we are recording.
Oh, it's just
That's
a
good
few
to
minutes
know.
early.
And you'll use it against us later? Okay. At least it's cool inside. That's nice.
Yeah, it's so smoky. It's really smoky from the county building.
Mm.
You can't see the hills.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My granddaughter is home from college, just for a day or so, a couple of days. She said, Nana, you know that debate the other night? And I said, yeah. She said, that's not how you're supposed to debate, right? I said, yeah, I kind of say that was an unusual debate. Right. That's interesting. Out of the mouths of freshmen in college.
Yeah, truly.
Raj, may we go ahead and check your mic?
Sure.
Great, thank you. Your mic sounds good.
Thank you.
Takis, this is Elaine. Can we go ahead and test your mic too, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And Captain Lyra, can we do a mic check, please?
Test.
Thank you, Captain Lyra.
And did we do one with Marty already? Mr. Schulter?
Hi there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, nice to see you guys again.
Good to see you
Hi,
too,
Susan.
Marty.
Marty Schulter, how are you?
Anniversary.
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
You know, having a pandemic.
I like your glasses.
Thank you, but just super nice to see your face.
Yeah, same here. And I read your stuff about the Special Olympics. It was very nice that you guys are trying to open that up.
Thank you.
We hope it happens.
What we're doing constantly feels like not enough.
It's very
Member
hard to hear.
Perales and Member Carr, can we test your mic, please?
You bet. This is Larry. Can you hear me all right?
Great, thank you, Member Carr. And Member Perales?
Hello, can you hear me?
Great, thank you.
All right, well, we're going to get our meeting started. And I'm going to call our meeting to order. And this is the regular meeting of the VTA Board for October 1st, 2020. At this time, I'd like to ask all of my colleagues to unmute yourselves if you're able, so that we can call the roll.
Okay, Blankley, Bruins,
Present.
Carr,
Here.
Carrasco, Cortese, Davis, Dieppe,
Present.
Ellenberg,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Nis, Nis. She was here earlier. Oh, there she is.
She's on mute.
Liccardo, McAllister,
Here.
Miller,
Here.
thank you. Nunez,
Present.
O'Neill,
Present.
thank you. Perales,
Here.
Rennie,
Here.
Hendricks,
Attending.
Chairperson Chavez.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Wonderful, thank you. I want to ask if any of my colleagues joined us after the roll was called. Okay.
I may have, because my machine suddenly went down and then came back up.
We called you as being here.
Thanks.
I'm now going to ask if Glenn Hendricks could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able to, please stand.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America.
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm now going to move to item 1.3, and this is the orders of the day. And under orders of the day, we have a revised agenda reflecting the updated recommendation language for agenda item 6.3, the SR 85 investment strategy. The revised report is in the online packet. Are there any changes from my colleagues? We will adjourn. I don't see any changes. We will adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of former VTA board member and former Citizens Advisory Committee member Charlotte Powers. Charlotte passed away earlier this week, and great picture. And Charlotte served on the San Jose City Council from 1992 to 2000. She was one of the founding board members of VTA, serving on the board from 1995 to 2000, and as board chair in 1998. She also served on the Caltrain board. After leaving the San Jose City Council, Charlotte volunteered her time and talent to many nonprofits. As previously mentioned, she served on VTA's Citizens Advisory Committee for many, many years and was the chairperson for the committee a couple of those times. Charlotte was an advocate for affordable housing, workers' rights, the preservation of the environment, and the arts. She was a fearless and passionate leader, and I know many people who were with us today knew her and really cared about her. And if you knew her a little bit, you knew that she was a lot of fun to be around and an incredibly kind public servant. Thank you for letting me honor her that way. As a reminder, may I have a motion and a second to approve our orders of the day? And I think there is a change, given that we made a change to do an in memoriam. So may I get a motion and a second?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And a second. So motion by Larry Carr, a second by?
Second by Glenn.
And a second by
Chair.
Glenn Hendricks.
Chair Chavez, before we go forward, we also have members of the public that would like to speak when you're
I
ready.
see that. Thank you. I'm now going to go to members of the public. This is to speak to orders of the day. Public comment will come up after we do awards. So this is to speak to orders of the day.
Okay, we have Tessa followed by Roland, followed by Beekman. Tessa, you may begin speaking when ready.
Okay, thank you. Of course, it's just 1 minute. I guess we got to be thankful for, okay, hold on. I guess we got to be thankful for that. Mayor Liccardo, at the end of the meeting, gave us 30 seconds at the end of our meeting. So the order of the day is what is important, is that it's very critical that we always listen to everybody who raises their hand, Cindy Chavez, that you must address every person that raises their hand, not saying, oh, there are 60 people and we're only going to listen to 30. That is disrespectful for those who are here and are present to address the board when we are in a crisis that needs to be addressed. And the voice of the people is what is missing in our community. And so when it's disrespectful to not honor every person that is there, even if you give them 30 seconds in the beginning of the meeting. That is essential to recognize the honor, the people that are there. So you hear from the people.
Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under orders of the day, if possible, I was wondering if the board would be willing to hear item 7.5 immediately after item 7.1. Thank you.
Beekman, you begin speaking when ready.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you for allowing public comment on orders of the day. And Roland just described exactly the use of orders of the day, how it can be used by the public. And thank you for that. And I good luck in how we work these things out. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to ask staff, could you, I missed what Roland, I know Roland talked about 7.5, but he asked to hear 7.1 after 7.5.
Madam Chair, this is Elaine. He wanted to hear 7.5 immediately after 7.1.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's fine. We can do that.
And Chair, we actually had one more public comment if you would like to take.
Of course.
Evelyn, you may begin speaking when ready.
Evelyn, could you unmute yourself?
I don't believe they're able to.
There we are. I just want to say I've been a writer for VTA since 1984. I've used it for work and for leisure. I really hope we can come to a resolution to not cut services. It's impactful for lots of members of our community. I find it kind of shameful that in one of the richest valleys in California that we don't have a dedicated fund set aside for VTA transit. One of the best transit systems. I've traveled a lot, ridden a lot of transit systems. I'm originally from New York, which has a major rapid transit system. We need to keep VTA full throttle to cut down on traffic, to reduce pollution, and to help so many people of the community get around to both work and play. I just hope we can certainly come up with a viable solution to keep VTA service at 100%. If not, it will impact a lot of people's ability, including myself, to get to work, which I've done for the last 30 years. So I urge you all to seriously consider viable solutions to keep VTA fully funded and not cut services.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second that includes hearing 7.5 after 7.1. And I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Carr?
Oh, I'm sorry. We have two members of the board that would like to speak, and I'm going to start with Board Member Liccardo and then go to Board Member Carr.
Well, I just wanted to thank Chairperson Chavez for remembering Charlotte, who is a wonderful public servant, and a wonderful friend. She was also a neighbor of mine and always incredibly kind. One of the very first people I met in politics who gave me and as a result, she just gave me a wonderful impression of what public service could be. And I'm just very grateful for having known her. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts, Sam. Larry?
I just wanted to make sure as the maker of the motion and orders of the day that it's fine for me to adjust it to include 7.5 after 7.1. And I do want to thank you for honoring Charlotte Powers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I know a lot of our staff knew her and cared deeply about her as well. So thank you for that.
Could we get
So-
Vice Chair Hendricks to second that amendment to the original motion?
Yes, he does.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. All right. So we're going to have a roll call vote.
Carr,
Yes.
Carrasco. I don't think she's here yet. Dieppe.
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Ellenberg.
Yes.
Jones.
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
McAllister.
Yes.
Nunez.
Yes.
Perales.
Aye.
Rennie.
Aye.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to awards and commendations. And I just want to acknowledge we have a number of our awardees on the screen with us today that have joined us via Zoom. I'm excited that they're here. And this is for employees and the supervisors of the quarter for the fourth quarter of 2020. And our first honoree is Thalia Young. Thalia is a board assistant, is the administration employee of the quarter, and is the over 5 years Thalia has been with VTA. She has been known for her stellar work ethic and outstanding leadership qualities. She has received praise from various departments throughout VTA for the amazing job she does. And Thalia, just wave wildly at us. And she's on the conference with us. We're going to give you a virtual round of applause. Congratulations. Next, I get to introduce Harad Dorton, coach operator from Shibuya Operations, is being recognized as the transportation employee of the quarter. Harad was continuously served as a role model for his fellow operators. In the 20 years he has been with VTA, he has maintained an excellent driving record and provided great customer service to his passengers. And where is he? Harad, I thought I saw him a bit ago. There you are. Let's give him a big round of applause as well. Thank you for being with us. Would you make sure I said your name properly? How do I say your name? You're on mute.
You said it right, Harad.
Harad, thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations and thank you for your service. And we like the hat and the shirt.
Oh, okay.
Came dressed. All right. Next, I get to introduce William Hawthorne, who goes by Bill. The light rail signal maintainer is being recognized as a maintenance employee of the quarter. In his 11 years with VTA, Bill has been diligent in ensuring issues are addressed, which has avoided costly repairs. Bill is also with us. Let's give him a round of applause and thank him so much for his service. And we're really glad you're here. Thank you for being here. All right, Adolf Daboul is the senior transportation engineer, is being recognized as supervisor of the quarter for the initiative he has taken on several projects which have benefited VTA. Throughout his 20 years as a VTA employee, Adolf has proven himself as a supervisor who collaborates and works hard to get the best results at all times. Where is Adolf? I don't see him. But let's give him a round of applause. Oh, there he is. All right, let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. I want to thank and just congratulate all of our employees that are employees of the fourth quarter for 2020. And I want to say, I know this is really awkward to do it this way. And if we were close up, we couldn't hug you anyway because, COVID-19. But I want to thank you for your incredible service, especially during COVID-19. VTA has not let the public down. So thank you for all of your service and your leadership, all of you. All right. With that, we're going to go to public comment. And this is a reminder for those who would like to address the board under public comment. Please use the raise hand function in the app or that you're using by phone. which is to press star 9. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the Board of Directors on any item within the board's jurisdiction. The law does not permit the board to permit us to take action or have an extended discussion on any item. Thank you. And Theodora, I'm going to ask you if you could start calling our public speakers.
Okay, and before I do, I just want to note for the record, we did receive written comment from Mr. Beekman.
Thank you.
And Zoe. Peter, you may begin speaking when ready.
Good afternoon, Board of VTA Board. I am Peter. I'm a resident of San Jose, and as the pandemic is continuing to roil our economy, we are now facing a possibility of a 30% cut to transit, which would be disastrous to the safety net that ensures mobility for our residents, including my family, whom are all essential workers, and myself. So I encourage the board to do whatever it takes to avoid this, because I know my grandmother and aunt rely on transit to go to the grocery stores and to the hospital, while I use it to go between work and any other functions of my life. So thank you so much for considering this.
Thank you, Peter. Next, we have Tessa. Tessa, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. Thank you. You can hear me. Okay, good. So let's see. Here it is. Let's see what it is. How are we going to save ourselves and save nature when we have 7 years to reduce our CO2 emissions to 0? We need to elect the VTA members based on their solutions to our crisis. So what are each of you going to do? Radical change is necessary, yet you refuse to take our collective sales tax from Measure B and realign the allotments to respond to our crisis. The large allotment of BART funds are essential to respond to our urgent needs locally. We are facing a crisis of biblical proportions of climate refugees from our fire disasters, along with many other disasters. What is needed is housing, transportation, and food security. People are running out of their homes from mega fires throughout California and Western states. It is our turn to run towards solutions to bring transit now to Santa Clara County. Our need is to create a local.
Thank you. Next is Roland. You may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. Three quick things. First of all, for the record, I did submit the change of order, and thank you for that as a written comment for orders of the day. The next thing I want to talk to you is, I already mentioned it as an issue at GNA, is the enumeration of the agendas. And let's just take the example here. You got 1, and then a roll call, which is really 1.1. The pledge is 1.2, and the orders of the day is 1.3. It says 3. Right under that, you got 1.3, which is my public comment. And then, later on, it just goes on worse when you come to consent. The last comment I'd like to make is about a lady who commented that there is no funding source dedicated to VTA. There is, 1976. And in 2000, we voted for increased bus, light rail, and paratransit in Measure A. Thank you.
Next, Shiv, I will unmute you. Please accept the mute and begin speaking.
I personally do not use public transportation because I like to bike to places, but the way that bicyclists and people who need public transportations are treated unfairly, it's pretty similar. First, bicyclists, we have very narrow bike lanes, and we have to stop for red lights so often while cars can just take the freeway. To make biking more accessible, we need to make sure that traveling by bicycles is easier than traveling by cars. And it's similar for public transportation. In places like India, where I'm from, using public transportation is a lot easier than using cars. And many people only have one car per household because public transportation is really accessible. In India, we have public transportation and bus stops at every stops, and we have dedicated bus lanes. I really think we need to do something similar in our place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Eugene. You may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
This is Eugene Bradley. I'm the founder and CEO of the Silicon Valley Transit Users. I echo Mr. LeBrun's earlier comments regarding the use of our tax dollars for everything for these big capital projects. While it seems most of our local transit suffers and circles the proverbial drain here. One suggestion in figuring that VTA need to do everything it can do really to save public transit in Santa Clara County. AC Transit uses property tax money to help fund its public transit operations. Given with Prop 15, that's not possible in Santa Clara County as it is in Alameda County. So that's something I'll bring up to the Board of Supervisors. Without decent public transit, the economy of Silicon Valley will end up being dead. Think about that as you consider these service cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Next is Kelly. Kelly, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi. Hi. Thank you so much for allowing time for us to speak. I'm Kelly Macy. I'm the Vice President of Development at Republic Metropolitan, and we're working with the city and the VTA to develop the site at 500 Benton Street across the street from Santa Clara Station. And I'm calling to ask the VTA board to support the extension of the ENA so that we can continue to work through the development issues on the table. We've made great progress over the last couple of months. And more specifically, I just wanted to share some of the great progress we've made with the community. So I've spent a great deal of time reaching out to folks and been getting very great responses, great suggestions, including moving retail from El Camino to across the street from the train station that we've incorporated. And I look forward to continuing that dialogue with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Beekman, followed by Perry, followed by Kevin. Beekman, you may begin speaking when ready.
All right, thank you. A reminder of the incredible work from the cities of Berkeley and Oakland, East Bay Community Energy, and other local government agencies of Alameda County at this time. East Bay has a history of working towards more labor union and working class Democratic Party ideals, whereas some of the more interesting ideas of early COVID-19 relief may have possibly initially come from Republican Party sources and quite possibly UN ideas. It is interesting how the East Bay has turned their ideas into their own, offering good ways how to factor in all points of view in the work towards progressive ideas and values, and openly work towards comfort and not towards austerity to their communities. To try to make important comparisons between the East Bay government agencies and the very good work of Caltrain on the SF Peninsula at this time, please also note Caltrain is willing to take an $18 million loss and forsake rate increases to instead concentrate on new ideas of equity in public mass transit service. Ash Collar can be a good go-between at this time for these sort of issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Perry, you may begin speaking when ready. Unfortunately, Perry, you are unable to speak. You will have to dial in using the telephone number available.
And Perry, just for Perry, this is Elaine. The telephone number is on the very first page of the agenda.
Thank you. Next is Kevin. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hello, my name is Kevin Ma, he, him, and I'm a member of Turnout for Transit and Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I'm calling in strong opposition to any major cuts to service as seen as 70-80 plans, because as we know, these bus lines are used by our essential workers, and to cut the public transit options of our essential workers at the time when we call them essential is an insult to all of them and who work throughout our county. These bus lines are important to meet our environmental goals, as well as to provide equity to bring people who are unable to be housed in the locations they work at to the places they can be. As such, the current plan, especially the 70% plan, really cuts down also a lot of just the connectivity of the lines. Like the 70% plan cuts down the Foothill bus line, which basically says Los Altos doesn't really deserve a bus line. And as such, this is inequitable and continues to drive the assumption that VTA only focuses on a very select group of people.
Next, Christine, followed by Natasha, followed by Hui An. Christine, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, everybody, for letting me speak. I am very concerned about the cuts that are proposed because the cuts will impact paratransit service throughout the county. More to the point, in reducing the number of buses and in certain areas, and even eliminating others will cause even greater hardship, because if folks can't get from one place to another, either by bus or paratransit, either way, paratransit service will be affected. I do not feel that the cuts will benefit anyone, even though I know financially it may look good on paper. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Christine. Natasha, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for hosting this time and allowing the public to leave comment. My name is Natasha Fagul, and I'm a resident of Los Gatos, California. And I'm here with Turnout for Transit, which is an awesome organization enabling young people in the Silicon Valley to organize around things that are important to them, like transit. Me and my family use transit almost every day, and it has a huge positive impact on the climate, reduces traffic, and we should be focusing on building more housing around it, but that's a separate issue. The 30% proposed transit cut would devastate my commute and my ability to get to and from where I need to, my family's ability to get the critical resources that they need. And I really urge you all to use the power that you have to consider solutions to save transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. Next, Hui An, you may begin speaking when ready.
I'm Wyan Trung with Mothers Out Front. I do not own a car. If service is cut, how will the 80% transit-dependent riders get to work on time, run essential errands, and take care of kids? What if they can't get to work at all? Many will lose their jobs and end up on the streets. Once people lose their housing, it's infinitely harder to get another job. It would be very difficult to be presentable for an interview. It could take a very long time for people to get back on their feet. There is a 30-year lag between the time that greenhouse gases are emitted and the effects are felt. The incredibly destructive fires and smoke we are experiencing today are largely caused by emissions from 30 years ago. I urge you to consider solutions to save transit. Service cuts jeopardize our climate goals and put many more cars on the road. This could take years to reverse. By then, it could easily be too late. Our young people's future cannot wait. During the pandemic, please increase public comments to 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Gary, followed by Christina, followed by Logan. Gary, you may begin speaking when ready.
I'm 15 years old. This year, I'm a rising sophomore at the Harker School, and I live in San Jose in the county of Santa Clara. Today, I'm here with Turnout for Transit. When my grandparents still lived in the United States, they relied on the VTA transit system to come visit me and my sister every weekend. Without these buses, my family would be largely separated, as my parents are busy and my grandparents are too old to drive.
Many members of our city who are often overlooked rely on the system to move about, and when the funds for it run out, they will definitely become stranded. Please do everything you can to save transit, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Christina, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hello, my name is Christina, and I am a resident of San Jose. I'm also an active student at De Anza and Foothill Colleges. A large amount of our students rely on VTA to get to school, and if the transit lines get cut, college will be much more inaccessible to low-income people of color. This isn't just an environmental issue, this is an equity issue as well. Please, I urge you all to consider the solutions to save transit.
Logan, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi there, my name is Logan Leake, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto and also a graduate student at Stanford University. I'm a member of the Sunrise Movement Silicon Valley chapter, which is a group of young climate activists who are trying to achieve a Green New Deal on the national level and make the South Bay a model for the rest of the country in terms of taking action on climate change. A key component of saving our planet from irreversible climate catastrophe is preserving and expanding public transportation to provide a low carbon, reliable means of transportation, particularly for our low income community members and our community members of color. As a graduate student on a limited budget, I have relied heavily on public transportation for the past year that I've lived in this area in order to get my groceries, to travel to stores, to purchase essential items for me to survive, and to visit friends and family in the area. I'm urging you to maintain VTA service and commit to preserving 100% capacity instead of cutting by 30% to save our environment and save transportation for our community members. Thank you.
Madali, followed by Shaheen, followed by David. Madali, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you for your time. My name is Maithili Kanthi. I am a resident of Cupertino, and I am also involved with Sunrise Movement Silicon Valley. I have lived in the Santa Clara County my whole life, and I can hope to continue living here in the future, but this transit cut plays into a number of major issues that have been downgrading this county's quality of life in recent years. I care about the environment and the livability of California in the future. I don't want to live in a state that is constantly ravaged by fires and smoke, and so I want my community to reflect the science of climate change by investing in public transit, not cutting its budget. As other speakers have pointed out, this cut will hinder the ability of essential workers to reach their jobs. So I urge this council to consider solutions to save public transit without relying on privatization. Thank you.
Thank you. Shaheen, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, my name is Shaheen Sunninejad, and my family lives in Sunnyvale. I'm calling in with Turnout for Transit in opposition to transit cuts. I ride the 523 from Sunnyvale Caltrain to my parents' house. I don't have a car, and this allows me to be there for them when they need it. Frequency cut would make connections with the rare hourly Caltrain much more unreliable, and I wouldn't be able to make this trip as often. As we open back up, we'll all be individually making decisions about which transportation mode we can rely on. Please don't lose riders to cars by making transit less frequent as we're all starting to make these critical transit mode decisions going forward. Please maintain transit frequency. Thank you for your time.
David, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, excellent. So I work in San Jose, but I currently live in just outside Santa Clara County in Union City because, quite frankly, Santa Clara County is too expensive for me. And before COVID, I was taking VTA to go to work. For me personally, this cut would, a 30% cut would be really bad in terms of my ability to get to work, how frequent the buses go. I hope that doesn't happen, and I hope especially for the sake of essential workers who need that right now more than I do, that their service doesn't get cut. So I hope you'll consider revenue solutions that can help ensure that the cuts that have been discussed don't happen under any circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian, followed by Monica, followed by Vince. Brian, you may begin speaking when ready.
All right. Hi. For the record, my name is Brian Prescott. I would just like to say that I'm still deeply concerned about the budget cuts to VTA that are being considered. If you ask me, I think instead of a 30% cut, we should probably have a 30% addition of service, because the connectivity of the network is what pulls in ridership. You can look at trends in connectivity and service that's provided over time, and you can see that the ridership follows it very closely. So if we want to reduce traffic in this city, and if we want to reduce the carbon emissions, investing in our transit rather than divesting is the way to go. I went to Los Angeles last weekend, and Los Angeles has big highways all over the place. It's all highways, and the traffic is not a fun part of the city. And so I hope that in the future, for the sake of equity, for the sake of greenness, and for the sake of just kind of saving people's time, that we can consider investing in transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, my name is Monica Mallon, and I'm part of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action and Turnout for Transit. 23 years old, and I've been taking transit for most of my life, and I'm really grateful for the transit that I had growing up and the opportunities that it gave me. And you know, as I've been getting older, I've seen the route shrink and the transit system shrink over and over and over again. And this time I'm really starting to worry that at some point it's just going to disappear and there's not going to be anything left. You know, I really feel like this is at risk of happening with 70 or 80% plans. And we really need to make sure that transit is back up to 100% when the pandemic is over, so that people that are struggling can get around on transit and not be burdened by the high cost of car ownership. So I really want to urge you to do everything you can to prevent these cuts and take whatever risks are necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Vince, you may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, everyone. Vince Rocha. I'm the Senior Director of Housing and Community Development with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I'm speaking on item 7.4 in support of the extension of the exclusive negotiating agreement between VTA, the City of Santa Clara, and Republic Metropolitan. At a time when the Bay Area is in a housing crisis, high-density housing near transit's an effective solution. Republic Metropolitan is working hard with the community, the city, and VTA to make sure that a well-thought-out project comes to fruition. We believe that at this time, it's in everyone's interest to make sure that we get a win-win-win here. And so again, I'm speaking in support of the E&A extension. Thanks.
Thank you, Vince. Next, we have Annabelle, followed by Emily. Annabelle, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, my name is Annabelle Law. I have lived in Sunnyvale for the past almost all my life. I'm currently a student at De Anza Community College, and I'm here today with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action and Turnout for Transit. Our most vulnerable communities, such as students and essential workers, will lose an invaluable mode of transportation if there is a 30% transit cut. Public transit plays a large role on our climate, local traffic, and affordable housing. I strongly urge VTA to consider solutions to save public transit for their community members and as an act to respond to the growing climate crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Emily, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, my name is Emily Thomas, and I live in San Jose. I'm a local high school science teacher, and I'm a member of TWW Indivisible Los Gatos and Turnout for Transit. I'm here to ask you to consider solutions to save transit as an alternative to the 30% cut. Transit's an important thing to me because it's a key part of addressing the climate crisis and equity issues in our area. In the state of California, transportation is responsible for 41% of our greenhouse gas emissions, and we all know that we will never meet our local or state climate goals without increasing access and availability of transit. In addition, I live near Good Samaritan Hospital, and a number of essential workers and patients seeking care use VTA services to get to and from the area. Earlier this year, in the midst of a pandemic, I called an Uber for a man that had been discharged from the hospital because he missed the last bus due to reduced operations. A 30% cut will not meet our goals and will affect the most marginalized members of our community.
Harry, you may begin speaking when ready.
Perry, I think we're not able to unmute you. Just for your reference, the call in is 66. All right, I think we can hear you now.
Yes.
All right, go
Hello,
ahead.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Perry, and I'm a junior at Homestead High School. I live in Sunnyvale, and I'm here with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action Transit Team and with Turnout for Transit. I'm heartbroken by the wildfires, smoke, and heat waves that are causing harm to the mental and physical well-being of me and so many of my peers. Likewise, even in these wildfires, smoke, and extreme heat, people still take transit. Even in the face of calamity, transit is still a necessity. By prioritizing transit, you can mitigate climate change and help the multitude of transit-dependent people in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. For the clerk, 8181 will be the last speaker on this item.
Thank you, Chair. Next, Neil, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, my name's Neil. I live in Cupertino and I've lived in the Bay Area my whole life, especially in the South Bay. I've spent most of my life. I'm the chair of Cupertino for All. I also work at Working Partnerships as well. I want to make sure that the board considers alternatives to major cuts. Right now, there are not a lot of transit users, and that's true. And me, myself, I rely on transit and other forms of transportation. My car broke and I no longer have access to a vehicle. But there will come a time when coronavirus comes to an end. And consistently, we've seen that when service is cut, it doesn't come back. And so I just want to make sure that we're not embarking down that path. It's really important that we maintain service for those who need it most. And that way we don't reach a point of no return, especially as we begin, to really boost our density numbers throughout the Bay Area as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Patrick, followed by William, followed by the last four digits, 8181. Patrick, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you so much. My name is Patrick Ahrens. I'm on the Foothill De Anza Community College Board of Trustees. Speaking tonight on just for myself only. I just want to reiterate the comments about speaking out against the 30% cuts, especially on the VTA routes where it affects a lot of our students who rely so heavily on transit to get to community college. Many of the first in their families to go to college. I want to thank the VTA board for their leadership and partnering with our community college and so many in the county with our VTA eco passes. That was not a thing when I was a student. And I just would love to continue working with you all to find proactive solutions to avoid these really needed routes for our students to make sure that they have access and affordability to higher education. Thank you so much.
William, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hello, my name is William Tang, and I'm a junior. Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay. My name's William Tang, and I'm a junior with Edenvale Young Democratic Socialists and Turnout for Transit. Heard that thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of people, especially working class people, will be impacted by a 30% cut, especially the line cuts involved. And even as a more well-off person, I still rely on transit to go back and forth to public libraries and conduct my research. Cutting transport is unconscionable, especially at this particular moment, as it affects essential workers and the unhoused during this whole pandemic. And in addition, as our skies are again blanketed with ash as a result of this escalating climate crisis, We need this public infrastructure in order to reorient our transport systems from highways to mass public transit, and having cuts in this moment will make that task a lot harder. So I urge the board to consider alternatives to the 30% cut as to minimize or outright prevent these cuts. I yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Phone number ending in 818. You may begin speaking. 8181. You may begin speaking when ready.
Can you?
Yes, we
can you hear
now.
me?
Mm-hmm.
Hello,
Yeah.
this is Emmy Moore. Hello, this is Emmy Moore, Minister, to the chair and to the board of directors. I'm calling in support of the extension of the ENA with Republic Metropolitan. I've had a chance to participate in some of the Zoom calls and actually before COVID in meetings regarding the project. I think it's a perfect location. I love the fact of collaboration, not only for the city and for VTA and our community, but also for what it's going to do for the neighborhood. The downtown Santa Clara is doing some renovation and bringing back its downtown. And I know Republic has been working with those in the Old Quad area and making sure that this project would help support that. So for those reasons and many more, and an advocate of transit for a long time, I would hope you would extend the ENA. Thank you for this chance to speak.
Thank you. And for those who are still on the line, I'm going to remind you that if you spoke to a particular item on the agenda, that this was your time that you did that, and that will be the only time you're allowed to speak on a particular item. So if you spoke on item X point Y, that was your time to do so. We're now going on with our agenda. We have no public hearings, so we're going to go to our committee reports, and I'm going to start with the Citizens Advisory Committee and introduce Chair Marty Schulter, who's going to provide a brief report.
Good evening, Chairperson Chavez, Vice Chair Hendricks, and General Manager Fernandez, and members of the board. Before I begin my brief report, I did want to say a word about Charlotte Powers. I had the distinct privilege of working with Charlotte on the CWC, and while she was the chair of the CWC, Charlotte was the gold standard for public servants, and she'll be dearly missed. To my brief report, at our September 9th meeting, the 2000 Measure A Citizens Watchdog Committee reviewed the CWC's fiscal year 19 annual report and publication strategy. The committee provided robust feedback to the staff on the development of the ballot-required annual report to the public. The CWC expressed desire for more intuitive graphics to illustrate the expenditures, and we're talking more about media on the web. We also suggested leveraging digital media to make the information from the audit more understandable and engaging. Staff will return at our next meeting, which is next week, to present revised versions of the annual report, which will include the CWC's 2000 Measure A expenditure findings. With regards to the publication strategy, the committee approved an approach that leans more on electronic ads, as you might expect, but also achieves exposure to the well-read community newspapers, including non-English newspapers. That concludes my report, if there are any questions.
Are there any questions for Marty? I'm going to ask council if we can do all of 5 and take public comment, or do I take public comment after each item?
Excuse me, sorry, my computer is kind of slow when I click on it. My apologies. As chair, so long as you provide an opportunity for folks to speak, it should be appropriate for you to take all the public comments at one time.
Okay, great. I'm going to take all of 5 then. Thank you. The Policy Advisory Committee Chairperson's report is online and in your packet, in your online packet. And then, so thanks, Marty. And then for item 5.3, this is the Standing Committee Chairperson's reports, and they're also available online. but I know that Chappie wanted to make a verbal report tonight.
Thank you, Chair. The Safety, Security, and Transit Planning and Operations Committee met on Wednesday, September 16th, 2020 via video and teleconference. We received information on the annual Transit Operations Performance Report and the Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan rollout. We forwarded a couple of items on tonight's consent agenda, items 6.7 and 6.8. I also want to share with you that on Monday, September 21st, I had the opportunity to experience VTA's newest training tool. It was pretty impressive. I first heard about the MB2000, a high-tech bus driving simulator by FAC at our August SSTPO meeting. There are other simulators out there that put you in the driver's seat, but VTA is the first in the world to have this special high-tech version that has a few more bells and whistles than the average simulator. We are leading the way in this technology. In fact, AC Transit attended our demonstration last week because they are thinking of following in our footsteps to get one of these, as SanTrans and SFMTA also are considering doing. It allows our new training operators and even our veterans to train and learn in a safe environment with realistic visuals and other sensory elements. For example, I tried it out, and as the bus turned and hit a pothole in the road, I felt everything as if I was driving a real bus. I want to thank VTA, ATU, Joint Workforce Investment, and Mission College for helping secure the $460,000 in federal funding for this project. Our operators started training with this new technology in early September. And I just want to have a caveat that using that simulator, you should thank God every morning that I'm not out there driving a bus, because that would not be a good situation. But it is state-of-the-art technology, and we should be very proud that we have it. And that's my report.
Chappie, thank you for that. That's really very interesting and some very good news, so thank you. We're going to move to item 5.4, and this is the Eastridge to BART Regional Connector PAB report, and it's also available in the online packet. With that, I'm going to see if there are any comments from my colleagues on any of these reports. Seeing none, I'm going to move to the public comment, and then we'll move on to our next item.
Okay. Tessa, followed by Roland, followed by Blair. Tessa, you may begin speaking when ready.
Yes, hello. You hear me?
Yes.
I guess the timer is down. I didn't understand what Cindy Chavez said about public comment. She just cut us off. Our politicians, like you, Cindy Chavez, have failed us. You should have at least let us know how many people were there, how many people you cut off, and following how many people you cut off, Cindy, which is rude and uncaring, which is what we have to be, leaders that show loving and caring to our fellow man. That's what COVID-19 is teaching us. And you did not do that. Oh, yes. The only advice after the third scathing grand jury report on corrupt, ineffective governance of VTA is to cut off public comment. This is wrong. Your cold, calculated dismissal of those who are here is what you do. You ignore us, which is wrong. You must stop this. We need to at least document who is there and give everybody 15 seconds to say what they're there for. And so you start listening to us, which you don't do. And this has been the problem. This is why we are in the world of hurt. We are not.
Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, what I'd like to talk about is the CWC report, and report back to you that they actually did not approve the report for your consideration. The first thing I want to bring to your attention is this actually pertains to June 2019. We're going to have to wait at least another year to find out what happened to Measure A in June 2020. But anyway, in 2019, we expended $100 million more than what we had revenues. And when it comes to item 7.1, which by the way, the slide is missing, we'll go back to that later, you're going to discover that if you're spending $2 billion of Measure A on BART, there's basically not going to be any Measure A left whatsoever for the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, I just wanted to thank that there was a lot of public comment today, and it was nice. Thank you. And for this item, thank you as always for the work of the CAC and for the committee, the other committee reports that were given tonight. Thank you.
All right. So with that, we're going to move on to item 6, and this is the consent agenda. So this would be item 6.1 through 6.11. And if you're a member of the public who would like to address us on anything within the consent calendar, this would be the time to raise your hand. And I'm going to now look to see if there are any comments from my colleagues. Mayor Liccardo.
Could I just ask a question or two on 6.3?
Yes. Do you want it taken off consent?
Whatever you prefer. If you want to take it off, I can do that, whatever you prefer.
Why don't you go ahead and ask? Let me just see if is it 1 or 2 questions, or is it some, is it a discussion? Because then Evelyn got her window up.
That's a good question. Just to make sure we're all in good graces with Evelyn, I can pull it.
Okay, we're going to pull item 6.3. Are there any other comments or questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, we will now go to public comment.
Okay. Blair, followed by Roland, followed by Tessa. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you. To speak to item 6.1 and new bus stations, can some sort of ethics committee be established on standards for all the new advertising that has recently been approved for VTA transit stations? Item 6.2, $4 million in GIS technology. I hope I can offer how open public policies with tech and the democratization of the UN itself were mentioned fairly often in the annual speeches of the 75th UN General Assembly meetings these past weeks. Remaining items I will speak on in action items, and good luck in how we can all remember that we grew up with mass transit ideas as kind of a backbone to our lives, and to open bicycle and pedestrian pathways, that you're doing that sort of work. Thank you.
Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I'd like to speak to item 6.8. Attract your attention to the fact that now we're going to have a third station at Diridan for the light rail. So there's going to be a Caltrain station, there's going to be a BART station, and there's going to be a light rail station scattered all over the place. And this now brings us back to item 7.5, and we're talking about some kind of agreement with Diridan. And I would put it to you that we could be raising tremendous amounts of money from Google if we got rid of the entire light rail alignment and buried it, somewhere in the area of Santa Clara, and sell all that, prime real estate to Google. And at the end of the day, guess what? We're going to end up with a truly integrated station with sub-minute or potentially sub-30-second transfers. I mean, wouldn't that be wonderful? Thank you.
Thank you. Tessa, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. This is Tessa Woodman C. And I guess the item that I'm discussing is 6.5 SR 237 express lanes. And we have to stop thinking about cars. Cars, my husband who's a scientist says, is a boat anchor. And the fact that even cars and highways are in the VTA, which has the mission for saving our air and our quality of life, with alternatives to the car. And that's what we have. We shouldn't have this in our VTA mission at all. So basically that's what I was going to say. How are we going to save ourselves and save nature when we have 7 years to reduce our CO2 emissions? We must realign BART funds that are essential to respond to our urgent needs. We are facing a crisis of big proportions. It's time to realign it and cut back on the amount of stations and deal with our local.
Thank you. We have no more public comments on these items. I'm now going to go back to the board for the consent calendar. So Mayor Liccardo on the consent calendar.
Thank you. I think I just had a question too about 6.3 about how
Okay,
we would proceed.
we took it off consent. Sam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't pull my
that's
hand
okay.
down.
Yeah, that's
my
right.
bad.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss you. Member Hendricks,
I'm ready to make a motion.
thank you. We have a motion.
So I move the consent calendar with the exception of 6.3.
May I have a second? We have a motion from Hendricks, a second from Chappie.
Yes.
Thank you. A second from Chappie. Is there any more discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
So this is for the consent agenda, items 6.1 to 6.2, and then items 6.4 through 6.11. Carr,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Ellenberg,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
McAllister,
Yes.
Nunez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Rennie,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to now take up item 6.3. And item 6.3 is the is to accept the SR 85 Quarter Policy Advisory Report, recommendation for transit lane project on SR 85 and proceed with alternative analysis. And there's some updated language in your packet. And with that, I'm going to go to the public and then I will come to the board for a discussion.
Tessa, you may begin to speak when ready.
All right, so we're looking at the 6.3, the again, the SR 85 dealing with highways. We have to start really, I was just realizing, I heard Susan Ellenberg, who I know has told the board that she doesn't know much about transit. We need to get having our board of directors of the VTA be the people that we have to vote them in, and the ones that will come up with the solutions of the deep crisis that we are in. When they have the solution of how they're going to save ourselves and save nature when we have 7 years to reduce our CO2 emissions to zero. We need people in leadership who have those solutions. We should not have board members who even say that they don't know about transit. That isn't her expertise. This is wrong. We really need to change our board. We need to be elected. And those are the ones that have the best solutions to our crisis. Because when you're in your crisis,
Thank you. Neil, followed by Roland, followed by Blair. Neil, you may begin to speak when ready.
Hi, this is Neil again, Chair of Cupertino for All, a pro-housing and pro-transit organization. Myself and many other community advocates worked really hard to get this to where it is now. This referral from the Policy Advisory Board, I very much encourage you to approve and accept the request. I think it's really important that we honor this very long-standing commitment to the West Valley. Myself and others advocated for Measure B. I did back when I was a De Anza student. The understanding was that the West Valley would get some kind of dedicated transit, and that hasn't happened yet. This would run along De Anza College and many other connected corridors. Be a connected corridor. And also just in general, this has been a promise for a very long time. I mean, going back to 1992 in the county-wide plan, and again in Measure A in 2000, Measure B in 2016, it's about fairness here, ensuring that we uphold our word to those over in the West. Thanks.
Thank you. And before we go forward, Chair, I just want to note for the record that we did receive written public comment from the following: Manzanita Works, Rod Sinks, the City of Cupertino, Gary Latshaw, Connie Cunningham, Lloyd Holmes from De Anza College, Judy Miner, a joint letter from the Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action and Sierra Club Loma Prieta, the City of Sunnyvale, a joint letter from City of Cupertino, City of Los Altos, Town of Los Gatos, City of Mountain View, and City of Saratoga, and a joint letter from the Fremont Union High School District, Sunnyvale School District, and Cupertino Union School District. And the last, a letter received from the City of Mountain View. Next, we will have Roland. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. And very briefly, the first thing I'd like to do is to recognize Director Perales for supporting the concept of getting, the same kind of data from the corporate shuttles as San Francisco is currently getting. The other thing I want to talk about is obviously there is this discussion right now that whether or not corporate shuttles will be able to use the transit lanes, and I think people agree, yes, that's a good idea, but however, you would charge them. What I would suggest we do is to look at not charging a corporate shuttle if the corporate shuttle is electrified, just like we did with the cars, with the carpool lanes the last 10 years. Thank you.
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you. To try to clarify my last words, to be able to work on pedestrian and bicycle lanes, that's an important concept. Trails, that's to work on pedestrian and bicycle trails. That's an important concept. Thank you. For this item, I'm just learning the ideas, that if this is this a capital improvement program? And if it is, that it's my understanding that can really help finance VTA issues and problems for the next couple of years. And, thank you that it seems you have good intentions with this project, and to make capital improvements projects, make the public aware of that and how that can be a revenue income source. That should be an important concept, and hopefully we can learn to talk about that openly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rod Sinks, followed by Monica, followed by Jim. Rod, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you very much. As the public comment from so many agencies, our cities, environmental advocates have noted, we do have broad support for this program. This was the unanimous vote of the PAB to move this particular recommendation forward of dedicated transit lanes. We note that the narrative that this corridor is not conducive to transit was refuted effectively by a memo from the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, Jason Baker, dated August 10th, showing 5,644 average daily riders in 2019. I hope that you will honor the commitment that our voters made together to further this project and continue it into the next phase. It's the right way rather than simply widening the road for cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, my name is Monica, and I'm part of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, and I also live in Camden, across the street from SR 85. And I really want to urge you to accept the SR 85 corridor paths recommendation about the transit lane. I'm personally really excited about this project. As I said earlier in the meeting, I rely on transit, and I think this is something that would really make it a lot easier to go over to the West Valley and North County. And it's something that, as a lot of people have mentioned, has been planned for a really long time. This has been planned since before I was even born, and I think it's really important to keep to this commitment and move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jim, followed by Natasha. Jim, you may begin speaking when ready.
There we go. Hi, thank you, Mayor Liccardo, for pulling this item. My request would be that the Stevens Creek Trail extensions be built as part of this project, whatever the project turns out to be. It's in the corridor. It meets all the project objectives, probably better than the freeway project does. Building the Stevens Creek Trail extensions using the project money will free up the bike ped money that otherwise would go to the Stevens Creek Trail, free it up so it can build a couple of community of concern disadvantaged community Vision Zero projects in East San Jose that didn't get funding from the bike ped Measure B allotment. The VTA could stop this practice of separate but equal. That didn't work out good in South Africa. You got to look at the comprehensive, the whole corridor solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natasha Kagul, and I'm a resident of Los Gatos, California. And like others have said on the call, I'd urge you to accept the transit lane plan on SR 85 to implement the specific transit lane, which would make a huge difference for bus riders throughout Silicon Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Eugene, you may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, everybody. This is Eugene again from the Silicon Valley Transit Users. I echo Mr. Stallman's comments earlier regarding Highway 85 and the inequity of, frankly, having bicycle pedestrian projects and pathways in these minority areas that never seem to get addressed. In addition, the transit corridor, if it is to be built, really should be extended up to Santa Teresa to include connections with the 68 to the South County. So thank you.
Thank you. Tessa, I believe you spoke to this item already. So our last public speaker item will be Hoi An.
Oyan, we aren't able to go.
Sorry. It often takes me an hour or an hour and a half just to get around in San Jose. We really need dedicated transit lanes and traffic signal preemption to speed up public transit. I urge you to accept that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the board for discussion, and I know that John McAllister has his hand up. John, I'm going to go to you, and then Mayor Liccardo, you, since you asked to have this pulled.
Yes, I would like to make the motion that we accept the SR 85 Corridor Policy Advisory Board recommendation for a transit lane project on SR 85 and proceed with an alternative analysis.
Second from Rob.
So we had a motion from Mr. McAllister and a second from Rob Rennie. And I'm going to now go to Mayor Liccardo.
Thank you. Staff, I just wanted to understand better, since we talked about this in committee, and it wasn't entirely clear to me what the motion was coming. I'm not really clear in recollecting when we were in the Capital Committee. I know this went to two separate committees. Was this a clean recommendation to go forward, or were there some conditions that we imposed? Do you recall from the Capital Program Committee?
Madam Chair, if I may, I would like to ask Deborah DeGang to address the mayor's question.
Thank you.
Yes, this was a clean recommendation to accept the SR 85 corridor PAB recommendation, and the clarity that was offered both at the CPC as well as CMPP committees was the importance of the next step being an alternatives analysis that takes the recommendation and really starts to look at the details for what the options are for implementation. And look at both the design as well as the travel demand that we would find, the transit demand we would find based on those definitions.
Okay. And I recall, and I know the report makes mention of this on page 5, that in particular, we're interested in the private shuttle demand because VTA's indicated that it doesn't meet its own productivity threshold standards for public transit. So is that where we'd be focusing in as a threshold issue? Is what's the private shuttle demand?
That would be one aspect. The way that I would characterize it is that our finding at this stage of the feasibility study was, as the alternative was defined, it did not meet the threshold. One of the things that we're committed to is seeing if we can develop an alternative that would justify public transit. But we will also look at private shuttles as a component of the demand in the transit line.
Okay, I have no difficulty agreeing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars as we allocated in Measure B for some transit solution in this corridor. I'm not that excited about this particular option based on what I'm reading the staff report, which is on page 3. It actually has lower throughput with an assumption of 100 full buses an hour than the general freeway lane. And believe me, I'm not an advocate for more freeway lanes. That's not what I'm pushing for. Page 3, it suggests it won't reduce VMT. It may actually increase vehicle miles traveled. It doesn't meet the VTA's own productivity standards for public transit. And it just seems to me that before we get too fixated on this option, I'm hoping we might take a breath to consider what else might be out there. And I know a lot of folks have been working on that and trying to study options. And I don't blame anybody for the fact that this one is hard and it's very difficult because this is a relatively low density part of the valley that's very difficult to serve with transit. But we could be using this money for local bus service. We could, in those same areas, we could be using this money for express lanes and congestion pricing that could generate dollars for bike projects, for bus service, for pet projects, pedestrian that is. We could be engaging on a development strategy along the corridor that would actually create density that would be supportive of transit. We could be spending the money instead serving West Valley on a BRT system along Stevens Creek. There's a lot of things we could be doing, I believe, to serve West Valley without believing we have to be committed to fitting a square peg into a round hole. So based on what VTA staff has reported in the report so far, this doesn't look super promising. Now, I understand we're going forward to study and we're going to learn something, but I'm hoping we'll keep our eyes open, our ears open to what we do learn through this study. And if what it tells us is there's better ways for us to invest public money to improve transit ridership, that we'll listen and not get too wedded to the idea of a transit up 85. Until cities are interested in building 100 units, 200 units to the acre, it simply is very, very difficult to justify transit, particularly along a freeway corridor where necessarily those stops are going to be pretty lonely outposts where folks are going to be very distant from any kind of dense residential or job center. They're going to have to do a lot of walking to get to those stops. And it's just not a formula for success. And I guess we've seen this before.
I was just going to verify.
In VTA. So, I'm sorry, John?
I'll get to him next, Sam. He just had to mute himself.
Okay. So yeah. So anyway, I'm going to vote for this very reluctantly. I'm just very concerned that we're getting wedded to an option that is not really a great fit for the geography and topography. I look forward to learning more through the study that we have. And I think we ought to keep our eyes open to not simply doing a transit study, but let's go do a transit and development study. If cities really want transit in this corridor, then let's build land uses that are appropriate for transit. And, I'll be the first to admit San Jose was the recipient of a transit system that it was not ready for back in the 1990s when we decided to build light rail in North San Jose along a corridor. We had a bunch of one-story tilt-ups and empty lots. That was doomed to be a failure. And I think history has proven that the ridership has been awful. So I just think we ought to be thinking more holistically about land use and transit together, rather than simply saying, well, there's a sense of obligation here, so let's go forward. Thank you,
Sam. I'm going to go to Larry, John, and then Rob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't disagree with Member Liccardo's comments. And as we had that conversation in the Capital Committee, we did point out, and we want to make sure that it is included in what we're talking about tonight and in ongoing studies, that the 85 corridor does not just serve the communities adjacent to the 85 corridor, that the constituents that we all serve in South County and beyond are the ones that are sitting on that freeway every day. And we want to make sure that as we think about a transit study on 85, that we're thinking about the catchment area. And, is it really feasible for an express bus coming out of Gilroy to use a transit lane on 85 and get up into Mountain View, probably even faster than Caltrain could. And so those are the kinds of benefits that I think we might be able to find as we get into this a little bit deeper. And so let's make sure that we remember in there that we're going to be looking at a broader catchment area than just the communities adjacent to the Highway 85 corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. John?
Yeah, I just wanted to reassure Sam that this study is going to be more comprehensive than just the one where you saw the 5 boardings per hour. That was the scenario. That was just one scenario that the alternative analysis looked at based on assumptions of stops. And the Policy Advisory Board got away from having those stops. And based on that premise, that scenario would not be incorporated right now. So from what I understand, the deep dive will take care of some of your concerns on what you saw on this particular project. But those were very early, very narrow scopes. In fact, it didn't even have the whole SR 85 transit corridor. It just had one at Ohlone and one at Mountain View. And our goal is to try to get those people from all the collective areas to North Bayshore or over to Sunnyvale where their jobs are. So I appreciate you bringing up things. And I also appreciate your tepid support. But I think in the long run, I think you'll get what you want. A thorough study.
Thanks, John. Rob?
Thank you, Chair. And again, I'm kind of talking to Sam. What Larry and John said is pretty much what I was going to say too. This was a very narrow study. We want to make sure we're thinking creatively and not sort of the usual required in-quarter study. As Larry said, we're really bringing a lot of people from the south up past us. It's not just, do we get on and off in this corridor? I hesitate a little bit to bring this up, but I compare this maybe from the other perspective to the East Ridge Light Rail project. And I realize Dave's not here to defend himself, but I talked to Supervisor Cortese about why he was such a strong supporter of the light rail project to East Ridge, when the studies say it's going to take years before there's enough ridership to meet our minimum standards. And he said to me, I don't think that the studies really, were thorough enough to say what the ridership is going to be. He has confidence it's going to be more. And so, I've reluctantly supported the light rail project, and we've talked about, can we make ways of operating it cheaper? And, I've had my hesitancy. So I feel like this is a look at it from, the other direction, like I did for light rail, where, you may have some hesitancy, but let's, in that case, light rail, we're already going forward. Here, we're just saying, let's look at it a little more broader, a little more creatively, a little more innovatively, and see if it does work. We can always say later on the transit doesn't work, but at this point, we're just asking, please don't stop thinking about ways to make it work. And some of your comments did say that. You said, what can we do with development and be creative. So I just, asking, please go forward some more on this.
Thank you, Rob. I'm going to go to Mayor Liccardo.
Yeah, my colleagues' points are very well taken, and I appreciate, as Larry noted, to really look at the whole corridor from Gilroy up north. I would just wonder if the maker of the motion would be open to incorporating something that would study what land uses might need to be required to significantly to make this more attractive for transit riders. I know we believe that extending the scope, the geographic scope of the study will result in more riders, but I would suspect that we'd also probably need to actually have destinations along the way or points of origin along the way, which means some density. And so I just think it would be worth incorporating that as part of this study. So we had a full picture about when and how to develop transit along the corridor.
So Evelyn, is there any concern? When your camera went on, I'm now looking at you, but is there a concern about this at all?
I think it was Member McAllister that made the motion. If he wants to make a friendly amendment to that and we get a second to it, we can move forward. Otherwise,
There's no problem. Yeah, there's no problem with the content.
No.
Okay. John, are you comfortable adding that?
I would like to ask Deborah if what Sam suggested would be is already part of the study.
How I would characterize it is that what Mayor Liccardo suggested could be part of the study, and that's something that we would discuss at the next PAB meeting. But I also think it's appropriate to clarify that at this point if the board feels that they would like to do so.
So Deborah, it's not part of it now, but it could be.
Correct.
Okay. John, are you open to that being part of the motion?
It seems a little, no, because I wanted to concentrate on this transit corridor. I think Deborah is going to take a look at some of that information.
Well, she's not. What she's saying
Oh,
is,
she's not.
No, that's what she's saying. So you could very easily by saying, yes, I'd like to look at land uses along the corridor. And frankly, it's something we should be doing with all of our projects anyway. I mean, it makes sense to me. John, are you comfortable with that though?
Okay, define when you say, when you say land use, I mean.
Yeah, maybe yeah. I can help, John, if I could help. Look, I understand there'll be variations you would want to study. One is where there's no changes to land use, and that's, the status quo. But I think we'd probably also want to understand, are there ways to boost transit ridership along that corridor with strategic locations of development at higher densities? And I think that is a question we ought to ask ourselves as we consider the timing of investment.
Well, don't we do that already, Sam? Don't we already, when people put in development, that we already asked to say, hey, let's look at their development and how it affects transit?
Well, that's what private sector developers do, but that's not what we're doing under this current study unless we direct it to be so.
Could we hear from any other council member or board members, Chair?
Yeah, we have Jeannie and Glenn who've already raised their hands.
I'd like to hear that for them first, please.
All right. Jeannie and then Glenn.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor, I hear where you're coming from and such, and I guess from my perspective on this, one of the things that you see in the recommendation that came out of the Policy Advisory Board is very clear language on may include stations in certain locations. And that is what the reason we went to may instead of it requires it is because of what is the land use around there. And that really needs a deeper dive. And so I think by part of these alternative analysis study, we will be looking at where do you need to have appropriate placement of stations. And one of the key criteria for a placement of station is whether or not there is density, a natural catchment area and such around it. So I believe the subject matter will be covered as a result of having to figure out what are all the alternatives we're going to be looking at, and station placement is a key one. And I see Deborah wants to react to what I'm saying, so I will stop there and let Deborah jump in.
Right, and not just to what Director Bruins was saying, but the discussion on land use, what I would say is the clarification is that is that we can look at what the land uses are that are existing, what the land uses are that are planned, and how it impacts the transit ridership. But I would suggest, and this is what I would suggest be included in the motion, is that we could take it one step further. And as we look at optimum transit options, then we could also do another deeper dive into what would the land uses be that would further increase transit use. And then we're doing what's been asked at the PAB, which is, well, if we had the transit, we could do the land use and how those two pieces interact. But it would be very focused on when we get to one of the top alternatives, also incorporating the land uses. And then when we get to the environmental analysis, we then have that as a piece of the project description.
And if I can jump back in, I appreciate, Deborah, the way you phrased this, because, quite frankly, this is a chicken and an egg type of problem, right? Because in order for cities to look at how they might want to modify land uses, they need some assurance that there's a commitment to even, how far are we going with the transit? If you're not doing the transit, it's very hard to commit more to that. And I'm speaking as a city who's along the corridor, who actually lives with the consequences of having too many cars on the corridor right now, because it's not my residents who are traveling through 85 up to Mountain View or Sunnyvale, but we get the negative consequences of all the cut through traffic because of all the congestion on there. So again, I believe that we will cover it, but if the maker of the motion wants to modify it to add that looking at land uses and or stations that further enhance the ridership, I think that would be that. I'm supportive of that type of language personally.
All right, Glenn, and then Rob.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't think I'm comfortable with adding this as part of the motion. In the way Deborah kind of described it, this study is going to be a multi-phase thing. And I think what we're saying is here, go do the first phase of the study. And I don't think we should, and what this part might be the third part of the study. I'm just not comfortable with what this is. And I think we're overcomplicating the discussion about, let's go get more information about what can be done with the right of way, which is really the question that's in here. And we've already seen that this discussion through the SR 85 pad has taken a lot longer than anybody thought. And I'm just not supportive of the motion. Where it was a few minutes ago before we added something on, I was ready to move on.
Well, it's been a week now, not a few minutes, but I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. Rob?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add that we should be thinking a little bit about the coming housing elements with our RENA allocations. In Los Gatos, we're already knowing we think we're going to get 1,953 for the next RENA cycle starting in 2023. We're updating our general plan. I'm just giving an example of Los Gatos, one of the ones on the corridor. And we're looking at these opportunity areas where we can improve our density. Most of that, it's not going to be in the hills of Los Gatos far from 85. It's going to be places close to our North 40 or on our Los Gatos Boulevard. So my thought, 2,000 units is a lot for us. Maybe it's small for San Jose. I think it might contribute some to the viability, but I'm just, saying that this might be a place for staff to consider is, with the coming, new arena assignments, where are those houses going to go? And maybe Campbell will put them close. Maybe Saratoga probably doesn't have as big an allocation. Where will Cupertino put theirs? So I don't want to change the motion, but I'm suggesting that in our analysis, we may want to think about the coming RENA allocations.
All right. Are there any other comments from my colleagues? So we have a motion on the floor from Member McAllister, a second, I think it was from Rob, to accept what's in the staff report. Mayor Liccardo?
Yeah, just clarification. So as the motion is currently stated, it will not include what Deborah articulated. I just want to understand what's in and what's not.
It's not included. Deborah,
It's not included.
no, Deborah was saying that you could include that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Deborah.
I just want to clarify that it's not explicitly included, but I think it still gives us the flexibility as we scope the study to include these kind of investigations into land uses within the scope. It's just that it's, if you include it as a motion, then it's explicit.
Well, let me just say that was not, I mean, what Jeannie just asked you to clarify was that we would be looking at stations, but not land use. And I think it's important that you don't, I mean, you don't have to try to make all of us happy here. If it's not included and that's not a traditional way that we do it, that's okay. Let's just be frank about it, because I personally, just what my own thinking is, I think it's a really good idea, and here's why. I think that the thing we're seeing MTC do at a regional level is try to marry land use and housing. And we've got to do it at a local level. We've been tentative about that as VTA, because we're not allowed to tell cities what to do, nor should we. But educating cities about what's optimal as part of our transit system is really a great opportunity. And the one thing I'll say, Rob, about the point you raised about light rail is that the Eastern light rail alignment will end less than a quarter mile of almost 450 acres of land that will be redeveloped over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, 450 acres. And so, you know, my own thinking is that this is where we should be going. If it's not acceptable now to the maker and the seconder, that's fine, because we got to deal with the motion that's on the floor. So I'm going to go, Mayor Liccardo, did you still have your little blue hand up?
Yeah, I'll just say that, yeah, it would be helpful if it's part of it. I think as an agency, we need to be going here. We've made plenty of mistakes in decades past deciding we're going to build transit systems in places without getting the land use right. And so I'm not supportive of something that says we're going to continue to put our head in, you know, in the sand about what the land use implications are of our transit investments.
Thank you, Mayor. And then I'll go to Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Chair. Based on what Deborah was saying is in regards to just, I guess, this potential analysis on land use not being explicit, but that it could potentially happen anyways. And I appreciate your kind of poking around on that, Chair, but I am happy to make it explicit. And so, and if the maker of the motion is not willing to do that, then I'll make a substitute motion that just adds in that explicit language.
I'll second it.
So we have a substitute motion, and what we have to do is vote on the substitute motion first. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take comments on the substitute motion now. And I have Mayor Liccardo and Raul.
I'm sorry.
That's right. I'm just going to put your hands down so I can track it better.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco, and then Rob.
Thank you. I've been trying to raise my hand and I've been having difficulties with my computer. And I appreciate the conversation. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this up. And I really appreciate Council Member or Director Perales for making the substitute motion. Actually, that's why I was trying to raise my hand, because I was trying to just kind of make my way through the labyrinth of these great points that everybody's making, but truly we're in a moment of crisis that doesn't belong to one city. It belongs to the entire region. And I think that you know, we can continue to stick our head in the sand all we want, but it's coming our way, and eventually it's going to have a domino effect on every city in the entire county, in the entire region. I've seen some really horrific comments coming from our neighboring cities about building greater density in their own backyard, and not wanting to do so, and seeing it as the responsibility of San Jose. I've had to refrain from making comments because it's just not only is it, you know, to say it's not appropriate is an understatement. It's irresponsible and it's reckless. and it's really I think it's a short-sighted understanding of the very grave situation that we're all facing. And I have to tell you that, you know, the pandemic has been a very interesting, to say the least, experience. I think those who continue to shelter in place and continue to be lucky enough to draw down a check, an automatic payment, haven't quite felt the pain of a pandemic. Those of us who are representing districts and families who are truly feeling the pain of a pandemic understand that we have not yet felt the depth as to where we're going to fall into when we start getting into post COVID-19. I think the recovery stage is actually going to be more painful than what we're experiencing right now, trying to figure out how we're going to get people back to work or back to school. I think it's actually going to be more painful than what we're experiencing now. And housing is going to just rise right up to the top. People who were doing well, maybe they weren't thriving the way that we envision what that means in Silicon Valley, because it's one of the most expensive areas in I dare say in all of California, but they were surviving and they were self-sufficient. And these are going to be the new faces of individuals that are going to need a great deal of support and are suddenly going to find themselves in a situation that they had never imagined. And so we're going to all have to buckle down and really take a look at how we're going to meet our RENA goals and those numbers that some of us, you know, for whatever reasons, have not met them in the past, weren't able to, didn't move quick enough. I think those numbers are going to be very significant in the future and are going to be very impactful. So thank you, Director Perales, for making the substitute motion. I'm going to be supporting it. The last thing I just want to mention, I know that there has been, you know, some amount of discussion regarding the light rail extension to Eastridge. And of course, you all know where I stand on that. Director Chavez mentioned the 450 acres on the east side of San Jose that we have yet to see how we're going to move forward on it. And there's a study that's been approved and will be underway. But I want to add the following, that light rail extension is going through one of the most densely populated areas in the county, not just in San Jose, in the entire county. And down Alum Rock, I have almost 2,000 units that have been approved. Now, we haven't broken ground on all of them, I'll be honest about that, but we're breaking ground on several of them. We're waiting for funding on others. People are eager to see how they continue to densify Alum Rock corridor. And so, you know, that's just one, you know, as we're going through a lot of revisions of how we're rebuilding or building out San Jose, East Side is hot, 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 you know. I'm not necessarily thrilled about it, but I recognize the need and how this is going to be transformative for a lot of our families, and how we're going to have to really make sure that we put in place a system that works for families and gets families from point A to point B. And for me, that means fueling the underground economy in Silicon Valley, making sure that the engine that a lot of people don't like to talk about is there, so that it's the workforce that allows Silicon Valley to thrive and be that creative agent that moves the world. And so that's my district. My district moves the world because it allows people to keep the lights on and to feed the Silicon Valley workforce. And, you know, many people don't talk about that. But that's my district. And so I know that we need to make sure that we put those systems in place. So anyway, so thank you very much. I will be supporting the substitute motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Rob, Glenn, Jeannie. Oh, and then I almost called on Elaine. Rob, Glenn, and Jeannie.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to get too far again into the light rail discussion, but I think they're actually making the argument because staff's report on the light rail said that it's going to take years before it meets our minimum standards. But I just got all kinds of reasons why it's going to be much better than that. And the staff report didn't say that. I'm trying to say the same thing about 85. Let us do some more analysis beyond the traditional staff analysis to see if it will be viable, because you're giving me the same argument on the east side. Let us investigate it on the west side. The staff report missed, I guess it came in late, but there were, as we got from the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, we got data that said there's 5,600 average daily riders on 85, not now, but before COVID, on private shuttles. That and 39% of those came out of San Jose, which is probably just a little bit south of where the study group was. What that says to me is, if there's that much demand privately, there's got to be more demand on a public service also, that could be possible. We just need to expand the scope of our analysis. The concern for adding explicitly the land use requirement is, will this bog down the study? We've been working on this for a while, and the members of the PAB want to be moving forward and want to have the results of the next analysis this century. Perhaps we could ask Deborah again just to comment on, if we were to add explicitly, how much extra time does this add to the next step? Through the chair, of course.
So I do not have a definitive answer to that. And we also need to look at how we would do this and be consistent with the Measure B requirements. But we could do something that's fairly high level that would inform the decision process, and then get into more detail in the environmental phase if that was needed. I don't think this needs to spin into a broad land use analysis that would delay the whole project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Glenn?
I'm going to really try and be as short as I can. I'm actually extremely uncomfortable with this conversation. This conversation appears to has gotten into a city against city type conversation. And I'm not really hearing a lot of regional collaboration as a body. I just want to say that. I also want to say I represent a city that has a very wide income range diversity. So I'm uncomfortable with this idea that certain groups or areas are the ones that we only represent and aren't taking everyone into account. In terms of the cities looking at the land use implication of this, I think if this service, if a new service was put onto 85, I think the cities would absolutely be taking that into account as they look at their land usage of what's going to go on. And I'm also uncomfortable that this appears to be, I'm just going to say, these are my words, a backhanded way of trying to put VTA influence over city land use, which we've said is not the prerogative right now of VTA. And I just see this as an opening salvo to go in that direction. We are taking massive amounts of time for what should have been a very simple discussion that said, here, let's go take and do additional study that isn't by VTA forms a lot of money. And like I said, I'll go back to my very first statement. I've become very uncomfortable with the way this conversation has gone as we try and work as a regional body together.
Rob? Oh, I'm sorry. Rob, you already spoke, and Jeannie, sorry about that. And then I'll go to Larry.
So I will echo some of what Mr. Hendricks just said in terms of uncomfort here. But, anywhere we're putting transit, we have the issues are the same, and and we're not applying the same standard all the way across. I mean, this motion, you guys are going to move it. I mean, the vote's going to be the vote. But the one thing I guess I would like to remind everybody, prior to all of this, prior to Measure B, there was a plan of record. I will refer to it as a plan of record that VTA had. And they were going to add an additional lane of traffic, okay? So we were going to be building a new lane and converting the existing HOV. So there was 2 express lanes, wider roads for more cars. What was asked for is for us to look at another alternative. The thing is with the beauty of where the Policy Advisory Board, and it took us a long time to get there, okay, was we went with the rubber tired solution. The infrastructure to build out this, what we call a transit lane, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's exclusively transit. That's what we're going to find out in this next phase. But the beauty of that is the identical infrastructure should VTA, the boards who will be in place at that point in time, choose to make it more cars on 85. So I don't know what we're afraid of here, and I would hope that we can move something that will allow us to get through the analysis in an efficient process and not hold the whole project and everything hostage to the elements that we don't have as a transit organization direct control over.
Larry?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to repeat anything that has been said, but I think I understand what Member Liccardo is trying to get at, and we had a conversation about that in Capital Committee. But I'm really concerned about where this conversation has taken us, and I'm afraid that we're heading down a road where we're saying we're only going to provide transit service to dense areas. And I'm not sure that's really what we want to be saying. If it is, then we ought to be very explicit about it. And we ought to make sure that that's the direction that we're taking VTA. I think what makes our county so great is the unique character of different cities. And I recognize that a certain density is necessary to make transit in the way that we've always thought about transit to make it work. But if we're not going to be able to get that, are we going to just strand communities without the transit service that we need? And that's the conversation that I'm afraid this one is taking us into. And if we want to have that conversation, then we should very explicitly talk about that rather than using this as a means of getting to it. I'm not comfortable with where this motion has taken us tonight rather than focusing on the 85 corridor. I was very comfortable after coming out of Capital Committee that we were going to be looking at a study that broadened the catchment basement for these transit lines or these transit lanes in a way that serves a broader sector of the community, including the people that live in South County that Member Carrasco is talking about. And I want to get back to doing that. Instead of where this conversation has taken us. And maybe that's a conversation that needs to be had. I'm not sure what committee, but maybe that is one that needs to be had in a different level. But I'm back to being okay with just moving this forward because I think we need to get this going rather than continuing to hold this up. Thank you.
John, and then Chappie.
I think Chappie was in front of me.
No, not the way it popped up, but that's nice. I'll let Chappie go first. Chappie, it's on you.
Sure.
You're up.
Thank you, John. I kind of feel like I'm in a unique situation here where, one, I represent, I'm on the board of VTA and I represent the whole region. I also represent a portion of the West Valley, as well as representing, obviously, San Jose. So I have a unique perspective. And I know originally there was a promise to the West Valley cities that if they supported Measure B, that there would be a solution going down the 85 corridor. I remember that commitment being made to the West Valley cities. I remember that was a key element to get the support of the West Valley cities in order to have Measure B even pass. I was involved with the Policy Advisory Board early on, and I remember those initial discussions. And it was always a vision of creating a pathway to migrate to a better transit option. So you might start out with express lanes and then migrate to another solution. But there was always that vision of a progression of advancing to a higher, better solution down that corridor. I'm not comfortable with all the hard work that's taking place on the PAB, and we're talking about years and years of effort and input from many elected officials who have been involved with this process. So I'm not comfortable changing direction at the 11th hour, which is what this feels like. So I'm not going to support the substitute motion. I'm going to support the original motion. But I also have the expectation that there can be some analysis done. And Deborah says that they could do a high-level land use analysis. So I would have that expectation that some of that work can be done, and that we can get some analysis done in terms of being able to determine the impact of land use on that corridor.
Thank you, Chappie. John?
Well, hopefully I got the last word, but I just want to also point out to Sam's point about densification. That's a great progression I'd like to go to, but we are also the congestion management agency, and we have a problem right now. We have congestion on there 4 hours a day if you've read the whole report. So Sam, I understand where you're going, but we got a problem right now, and we need to spend our time and energy to solve the problem that exists now. And yes, we're going to probably review it as it comes in, but please consider that there's more to just a simple, well, it's not simple, but we got a problem, let's solve it, and then we can look at the other broader pictures. So I'm ready for a vote.
Okay. So is there any other comment? The first vote's on the substitute motion. I do want to make a broad comment, and I think that the fact that people feel such distress over this is really important for us to acknowledge. And I also want to acknowledge that a number of you who are making an argument that 85 should be studied were not supportive of the East Side Light Rail alignment. And the reason was you were worried about ridership. And here's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that because I'm trying to say one group is right and one group is wrong, depending on where you vote. My point is only that the high level of scrutiny that we're having over how we proceed, I actually don't think is a bad thing. I think it's a bad thing when we're not consistent. And that's something we should have a discussion about in terms of, I think it was Jeannie who said, or maybe I can't remember actually, who said we should be applying the same standard. Well, a number of us aren't applying the same standard. We're not. I think, Rob, you're the most consistent person. You've been right in between on this issue from the beginning. And the reason is, I think we have some very real and meaningful tensions. And, Larry, you talked about, well, if we're only going to put transit in dense areas, we should have that conversation. I think we are having that conversation, not just here, but I think we're having it over what's going to survive given the budget crunch we're having. And I say that being somebody who, like Jeannie, has been fighting to make sure that we have resources in South County through Caltrain, and since I've been on the board. I mean, my point here is this. I think what we're having a really honest debate about isn't because we're trying to hold up someone else's project. It's because we all recognize that honestly, if we can't figure out a way to make transit relevant, meaning people get on it and use it, we're in trouble. So I think all that Sam, I don't mean to speak for you, but I think the point that Sam was raising, and I don't think it's a bad thing, is that we should be looking at land use. And Glenn, it's not a backhanded way of bossing cities around. The fact of the matter is, every time a city does a proposal, our staff, VTA, write up a little referral about how to make it more accessible, how to make it more walkable, how to make it more bikeable. And sometimes the cities respond to it and sometimes they don't. And we do have to, these are all things that have to change, is my only point. I don't think it's dramatic to ask for a high level land use assessment. I don't think that encroaches on any city. I think it's good policy. Now, here's what my concern is. My concern is that it is good policy, and I think it ought to be discussed in committee so that people can dig into it and talk about what the parameters are of raising these kinds of land use issues. And honestly, I would have voted for this tonight, except that it is not my intent to distress or to look like this is a city county versus small city thing. It really isn't. It's a let's dig in and figure out how to solve this problem thing. So I'm not going to support the substitute motion, but I want you to know that I want to think with all of you about how we do have this discussion through committee about how we marry more disciplined work around land use to more disciplined work about investments we're making in transit. And honestly, you could go back and look at your tapes of y'all on, depending on what city it's in, we're all more objective. So I don't think this is we're trying to ox each other's gore. I think we actually have to wrestle with this issue about how we marry this. So I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on the substitute motion, and then we'll see where we go from there. So
Madam-
we can stop there.
Okay, Madam Chair, just to make sure I got the substitute motion
Well,
correctly.
Elaine, hold on one second. I was
Sure.
just going to ask for that to be clarified by the maker of the motion. So if I could ask Councilmember Perales to clarify.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Happy to. And I would agree with your statements you just made. I don't think it is dramatic. And I do think this likely, right, analysis, this high level analysis could have and likely would have been done anyways. It's just making it explicit, and I do think it's good policy. And so it is accepting the staff recommendation, and it is only including a high level analysis at whether land use changes along the corridor would be likely to make transit more viable.
And that, thank you, Raul, for being so clear. And Mayor Liccardo, you're still seconding that motion, correct?
Yep, that's
Okay,
right.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on the substitute motion.
Carr,
No.
Carr is no. Carrasco,
Yes.
Carrasco, yes. Dieppe,
Aye.
Dieppe is yes. Ellenberg,
No.
Ellenberg, no. Jones,
No.
Jones, no. Ricardo,
Yes.
Ricardo, yes. McAllister,
No.
McAllister, no. Nunez, Board Member Nunez. I'll come back to you. Perales,
Aye.
Perales, yes. Rennie,
No.
Rennie, no. Board Member Nunez, I'll come back to you now.
I don't think he's on still.
He was on earlier, but
Yeah,
I'll
he
come
was.
back.
Oh, yeah, he was. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Hendricks,
Yeah, no, I'm a no on this one.
Hendricks, no. Chavez,
No.
Chavez, no. I'll come back again to Board Member Nunez. Okay, I'll mark him as absent. The vote failed with 7 noes and 4 yeses and 1 absent. So the motion failed.
So we go back to the main motion. And John, do you want to make any changes to your main motion, or you're going to leave it as accepting the staff report?
Leave it as is, please.
Okay, so, and I apologize. I think your seconder was Rob. Is that right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the
All
floor.
right. All right, this is for the main motion. Carr,
Yes.
Carr, yes. Carrasco,
Yes.
Carrasco, yes. Dieppe,
Aye.
Ellenberg,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
McAllister,
Yes.
Nunez. I'll come back to you. Perales,
Aye.
Rennie,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Board Member Nunez. Okay, the motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, and I will just ask, if it's okay with my colleagues, I think I'd like to work with the vice chair and staff to figure out a framework to address the bigger issue that we all wrestle with, if that's okay with everybody. All right. All right. So we're going to move on to item 7.1. I'm glad I took that quick item, right, before we got to the main agenda. So item 7.1, and this is an information item on the Silicon Valley Rapid Transit Program update.
Madam Chair, I am here. I am on page 2, Elaine. I'm very happy to tell you, Madam Chair, that we don't have any more construction items left on phase 1. As of last week, we finished everything, and the punch list items have been exhausted, and BART now is working on the final inspection and the acceptance, and the commitment is by October 31st. That's all she wrote. We have turned all the as-builts and other documentation to BART. We continue the reduction in force. As I told you before, we're gonna fully demobilize by the end of this year. Next page, Elaine. This is the chart you have seen before, no changes. The project continues to have a net savings of $45 million. Next page, Elaine. Since we sent you this report, I had promised that we're gonna close one more contract in the month of September, and indeed we did that. The Berryessa Station Campus Area and Roadways contract has been closed. The plan is and the focus to close one more contract in October, and all contract staff could able to close, they're gonna be closed out, except the issue we have with C700 contract. Elaine. And Madam Chair, I'd like to go to page 6 and update you very quickly on phase 2. There were 2 requirements left from the VTA which we had to complete for us to submit our application. I'm pleased to tell you the one requirement which related to ridership estimates and so on, I will call it reformat our ridership estimates to the VTA requirement. It's practically 98% completed, should be completed next week. And the other item, which was an item of hard work by a lot of people this organization has, you're going to hear about it in a few minutes, I guess, from Raz and Ron Golem and Evelyn. It was the P3 deal with Google. We continue for the month of September. VTA requested us to do a peer review. The peer review was from transit executives who they do this every day for living. LA Metro, Sound Transit Seattle, the San Francisco MTA, the Silicon Valley Clean Water District, the Virginia DOT, and the Design Build Institute of America. We spent 3 days together. With us was BART and of course was VTA. And they examined everything, the way we have set our program, the way we plan our contracting plan, the way we are approaching the job. And they gave us comments on practically every item in front of them: program organizational structure, the contract scope, the packaging, the delivery methods, both commercial and technical, interface and integration management. Even they suggested some insurance requirements to have in place. You may have seen by now that we publish our project prospectus, the project brochure. We put it out to the world for all the contractors to be well aware of the project, because as we discussed before, we are very motivated to increase the competition as much as we can. Elaine, next page. You are familiar with this. This is the schedule, the framework, if you like it, for the schedule. And I'm quite pleased to tell you that the contracting process for the phase 2 of BART has started. And on September 16th, we put out the request for industry feedback for the tunnel contract and the track work. And October 9th, we're gonna put out the similar for the RFI for the systems contract. And we're gonna start now, we hope, first week of November, we're gonna start the one-on-ones. One of the recommendations, Madam Chair, from the VTA and others was spend a lot of time talking to the contractors, have one-on-one and hear what they have to say about the program and adjust accordingly your actions. This is my presentation, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Takis. What we're going to do before we go to questions, I'm going to go to the public. We'll get public comment, and then I will come back to the board for questions.
Okay, Roland, followed by Blair. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. So in 1 minute, yes, correct. Phase one, nothing's changed. There's still $1 billion over budget, and they're carrying 250 passengers a day. On phase two, I issued a PRA on September the 8th. I got the answer this morning at noon in the middle of the Caltrain board meeting. Point number one, the southern entrances have been environmentally cleared since 2007, contrary to what staff told you. Point number two, there is no environmental clearance whatsoever for the two 750-foot cut and cover structures and the Santa Clara and the Stockton. Point number three, with regards to keeping the board abreast of how much this project is going to cost, which is $7 billion, and the funding sources, this slide is not there. Mr. Takis did not present this to you just now. And the slide I gave to staff, I actually got it from Bart. Thank you.
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you for this item. I hope that when
Blair, I think you hung up on yourself.
Oh, I'm back. Hi. Yeah, can
Chair, I am trying to allow Blair to speak again. One moment.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Can we start over again? Thanks.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Okay, to start over again, I hope we can. I hope you will be considering the downtown station to have, you know, really earthquake safety to be top priority, and that's how you can design a station that can be functional. I know that having stations on both sides of the streets can really help with pedestrian traffic and safety issues in that way. And I really like the idea of bringing the BART down St. John Street instead of Santa Clara. It being by the park, that street can be turned into just a bicycle pedestrian parkway. That just would be a lot prettier, I think. And finally, just to politely mention, you know, there are SAP ideas of making the SAP Center in downtown and by the Deer Dawn as a BART station. That option has been available to everyone for a while, and just so it's out there, and I don't know how much it's being considered, but that is being considered.
Thank you. I'm going to go to my board colleagues now, and I'm going to start with Member Rennie.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your words on the last one. Mr. Salpese, just so you know where this is coming from, I've worked for many years as a project manager in the tech industry, and one of the things that was important to me was at the end of a project to brainstorm and have debriefs on what were the learnings during the project and look for ways to modify the process for the next time we went through. You weren't here yet, but your predecessor had assured me that that was going to be, you know, part of the process when you finish the project, and it looks like we're finished with phase one of the project now, but I didn't see any mention of any kind of debrief on this. I wanted to ask if that was something you planned, and what would your process be like?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, I was just going to go to
because
General Manager. Thank you.
yeah, Takis was not here when that commitment was made. I'm getting feedback.
Yeah, I think I'm going to mute Takis so that you can speak.
Okay, so what we stated to the board was that at the end of the project, we were going to do a lessons learned, and that lessons learned will would be started once we satisfied, well, I shouldn't use the word satisfied, but once we concluded some of the litigation issues, because the lessons learned was going to highlight some areas that were sensitive to our litigation that we're currently in with the contractor. But yes, it is our intent, as well as to have the Auditor General do a full audit.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't get forgotten.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for the reminder. I have no other comments on this item. I'm now going to go to item 7.5, and then I'll go back to 7.2.
Madam Chair, if I may, before Ron speaks on 7.5, I just wanted to thank Evelyn, Tran, and Raj, and the whole team that worked on this, Ron Golem and others, because this is big. As you all may know, we opted to move from the traditional full funding grant agreement trajectory and went after the expedited project delivery program, pilot program. And one of the cornerstones of that application is a requirement that the project be supported through a public-private partnership. And in that support of the partnership, we have come up with a very innovative way of demonstrating the value captured through this partnership with Google and the development that they're going to be pursuing in the future. So this agreement is historic for us. We shared it with the Federal Transit Administration so that they could tell us whether or not this was conformed with the framework that they had intended through this public-private partnership. And this morning, we were told that it did. So with that, I will now turn it over to Ron Golem so he can proceed.
Great. Thank you, Nuria. The item in front of the board is an action item to authorize the general manager to enter into a public-private partnership agreement, or a P3 agreement, and execute all necessary documents to effect a P3 agreement with Google LLC for VTA's BART station area at West Santa Clara and Cale Streets, which is the Diridon BART station. And Elaine, I believe we have a graphic, if we could put that up on the screen. Thank you. This P3 agreement, as Nuria mentioned, will provide significant benefits to the BART extension. Most importantly, enable VTA to meet the FTA Notice of Funding Opportunity requirements for the EPD project funding that would enable us to receive a full funding grant agreement. Specifically, it meets all the requirements in the NOFO for a contractual agreement between VTA and its P3 partner. To provide some context, the results of this P3 agreement really go back to discussions we've been having with Google since late 2018. And I think it's important for us to recognize that when Google showed up and said that it wanted to create Downtown West, that it wanted to create a major mixed-use development project, basically surrounding the future Diridon BART station, that provided a tremendous opportunity for us to link a transit extension with major new development that would generate ridership when that extension opens. And that is not a common thing, and that is really kind of a unique opportunity that we have here. In our discussions with Google, we realized that by working together, because of the scale and ambition of both our projects, we could actually enhance each other's projects. And conversely, if we failed to coordinate, that we could negatively affect each other's projects in terms of cost, schedule, and outcomes. So that realization that we could work together to create a better outcome is led us to enter into a non-binding memorandum of understanding in early 2019 to frame those discussions. Now, as Nuria mentioned, this is something we've been discussing with FTA for a while, and we had been understood earlier from them that the discussions and the ideas we had developed, which envisioned subsequent future agreements, were going to be satisfactory. When the EPD NOFO, or Notice of Funding Opportunity, came out, there was a shift by VTA that said we needed a contractual agreement. And so, as Nuria alluded to, within the space of a few weeks, really a tremendous effort by both Google and ourselves to take concepts that we intend to implement at a later date and turn that into the contractual agreement that would enable us to apply for federal funding and receive an EPD award. So with that, let me just briefly highlight the three main elements of the P3 agreement, and I'm summarizing a longer discussion that's in the board memo. The first element is that Google will include air rights entitlements for future TOD above the BART station in its application to the city of San Jose. Those air rights entitlements would allow 2 high-rise residential towers with up to 500 residential units, as well as ground floor commercial. And per VTA's affordable housing policy, that would include 20% of those up to 500 units as affordable housing. I will say, to be clear, that this does not convey any development rights. The question of who develops those units and when is a separate matter. This is about the entitlements to allow it to happen. The second item is VTA's ability via a lease to use Google's lot that's to the east or to the right in the graphic of the future BART station location for the purposes of construction staging, as well as access improvements we need to make during construction, all at a below market cost basis. The third element then is VTA's ability to use via a lease a large Google warehouse building, and that's in the upper part of the picture, located at North Montgomery Street and Cinnabar Street, to provide indoor temporary construction replacement parking during the construction period, again at a below market cost. And a creative element of this is that the lease will actually be at no cost to VTA in return for us conveying to Google a 6,800 square foot parcel we have. It's a piece of undevelopable land located next to the Vasona Tunnel portal down in Montgomery Street further south. This is something that occurred earlier this year. The VTA Board of Directors authorized a public notice and offering pursuant to the California Surplus Land Act. We completed that action and we received only one submittal, and that was from Google LLC. Again, I want to emphasize that this agreement is very much specific to VTA's construction of the BART extension and BART TOD in the future, and it is not connected to the City of San Jose's consideration of the Downtown West application, aside from, of course, the fact that the entitlements are one portion of many things in that application by Google. The important thing to understand, as General Manager indicated, is that this agreement results in Google absorbing a range of risk, and conversely, VTA realizing significant benefits for its project and saving us the complexity and time of pursuing much more expensive ways of dealing with construction staging, replacement parking, and so on. We estimate that the value of this agreement to VTA is up to $75 million, and this is an amount that will benefit the BART Phase 2 project. Finally, I'd just like to say that with respect to future TOD above the station, it's not in this agreement, and that any authorization for negotiations or RFPs or other actions would need to be brought to the VTA Board of Directors at a future date. So with that, I'd like to summarize by saying that this P3 agreement will bring substantial benefits to the BART extension project. It is a necessary item for VTA to be able to apply for federal funding for the BART Phase 2 extension. And with that federal funding, we'll be able to proceed to construction and start a revenue service in 2030. And the slide in front of you is, again, a recap of the recommendation, which is for the General Manager to be authorized to enter into a public-private partnership agreement and execute all documents necessary to effect a P3 agreement with Google LLC for VTA's BART station area at West Santa Clara and Cahill Streets around the Deer Dawn BART station. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the public and then I'll go to my colleagues for questions.
Roland, followed by Blair, followed by Alex. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. And in 1 minute to continue the last item, I asked staff if the board had approved the $2.1 billion increase, including $2 billion in measure refund. And the response, by the way, that's indeed the EPD application. The response was that no, they haven't, but however, you would be approving it once the EPD application is approved. With regards to the NOFO, it's $125 million. Is the same $125 million that have already been approved. Nothing more, nothing less. I'd be happy to prove it to you. In closing, I'm asking you, number one, defer the item. Number two, direct staff to focus a P3 agreement on downtown VTA block, satisfy the FTA. Number three, engage Google and BART in design and integrate station at Dearden to substantially reduce the VTA footprint at Dearden. And number four, consider incorporating VTA's requirements into the City of San Jose Downtown West Development Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. And before going forward, I just wanted to note for the record that we did receive written public comment from Roland as well. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
All right, thank you. I guess I look a little bit silly now, trying to talk about the SAP Center as a BART station, and I do try to just simply put it out there, and you seem to be set on you shared your design right now, and if I heard you correctly, you're going to turn the old water department building into a huge high-rise. Did I hear that correctly? I don't know if that's totally comfortable with people, and but nonetheless, it's what you're saying, and just so we can have choices and to consider. Thank you for this item today, and 2030 as a date to start to work towards real funding. That gives a time frame. So thank you, and good luck to all of us to work with these issues of Diridon.
Next, Alex, followed by Tessa. Alex, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, this is Alex Shore on behalf of Catalyze SV. Thanks, Ron, for your work on this. Just generally speaking, air rights are such a great part of transit-oriented development. So many places in the world have this kind of model, and I think has tremendous potential, and it's incredibly important for us here in Silicon Valley. Catalyze SV has already started its evaluation of the Google project and will be evaluating it on October 14th. One of the things that I sort of wonder about for VTA is the land closest to the future transit center. Any of that land that might be owned by VTA, what does that use end up becoming? And I hope that VTA land can be focused on, especially when it's close to the station, a public facing use like a plaza or a park, so that it continues to be oriented towards civic uses.
Tessa, you may begin speaking when ready.
Okay, when the BART, we need to focus on reducing the BART's impact. So yes, Diridon Station is a good station. We need that to be a central station of the BART, but we need to reduce our BART investment by at least half, just like we have to do with our fossil fuels in general. Actually, the fossil fuels need to stay in the ground, and we need to be cutting our losses and making very adult decisions about what we are going to do as we go forward. And one of those is not to have in Santa Clara a cleaning station. That's the worst use of what's happening at Santa Clara. That should be housing near transit. We have a maintenance yard in Hayward that we've spent a lot of state dollars on. That should be our maintenance yard. We do not need the Santa Clara station. It is redundant, and we shouldn't be spending billions of dollars when we have a climate emergency and we're running out of transit for our local use. This is a time to realign Measure B.
Thank you. And that is all our public comment. I'm going to see if there are any questions from my colleagues. Let me see. I see none from my colleagues. So I will now go to my colleagues for an action. Member Hendricks?
Are you ready for a motion?
I am.
So authorize the general manager to enter into a public-private partnership agreement, a P3 agreement, and execute all documents necessary to effect a P3 agreement with Google LLC for VTA's BART station area at West Santa Clara and Cahill Streets, the Diridon BART station.
Thank you. And Mayor Liccardo?
Second. Yeah, I just wanted to offer, if I could, thank you to Google. I know that's not a popular thing these days to thank tech companies, but I think this is pretty extraordinary, not just what we're considering here, but what the entire project means to the region. And I appreciate that when Google came here, they didn't ask for a single dollar in handouts, not a single tax cut, not a single waiver of a single fee. Instead, what they've committed to is to be working collaboratively with VTA to build, the largest public works project in our region's history, as well as to invest thousands of affordable housing units that they will be building without any typical obligation to build housing. They're building thousands of units. A quarter of them will be affordable. They're investing tens of millions of dollars in community benefits of various kinds. And all that is essentially without requesting anything in return other than simply fair consideration of their project. So I'm very grateful to see this all moving forward. Appreciate VTA's great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have no other comments from my colleagues. So with that, I'm going to request a roll call vote.
This is for item 7.5, motion by Hendrick, seconded by Liccardo. Carr,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Ellenberg,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you. McAllister. Board Member McAllister. I will come back to you. Nunez. Perales.
Aye.
Rennie.
Aye.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
I will come back to Board Member McAllister. Okay, I'll mark him as absent. Nunez. I'll mark him as absent as well. Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're now going to go to item 7.2. This is also an action item. And I'm going to, this is from the Capital Program Committee, and I'm going to go to Glenn, who will introduce it, the item.
Okay, thank you. So 7.2 is to approve the proposed criteria and scoring to be used in evaluating and prioritizing projects for the 5-year element of the inaugural VTA Strategic Capital Investment Plan that is under development. This is a very good thing. The Capital Program Committee reviewed and discussed this item at our August 27th meeting. The committee expressed support for staff's proposed criteria and scoring process. These will be used in the evaluation and prioritization of projects using VTA's Strategic Capital Investment Plan. And I'm going to ask Stephen Flynn to give a very quick presentation about what this is. I'll just say to my colleagues, I hope you vote and support this. This is a very good thing for us to do.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hendricks. Okay, next slide, please. The Strategic Capital Investment Program, or SCIP. The real purpose of it is to help enhance board understanding of the capital program factors and challenges, including the long-term capital decisions, operating cost implications, and potential trade-off of each decision. We're also trying to better reflect the board priorities, and that'll be accomplished by the board adopting the scoring priorities presented to you. The real keys are the bottom two bullets. We're trying to increase board level input both early and throughout the capital process. You'll have many more bites at the apple coming up, and to present the information needed for the board to balance both short-term and long-term capital needs. On a personal level, you might not buy the new car this year if you know you have to put braces on the twins next year. To do that requires information. Next slide. So what is the SCIP? It's a comprehensive 20-year capital plan. It includes all VTA modes, transit highways, congestion management, bike and ped. First 5 years are fully constrained and prioritized. We call that the CAP 5. Years 6 through 20 are unconstrained, not prioritized, and really they're just a listing of the upcoming projected needs. The first 2 years of the SCIP are used to inform the capital element of the biennial budget. The SCIP is reviewed every 2 years as a leading edge of the biennial budget to reflect changing priorities and to be flexible. Next slide, please. This is a visual summary of that. Again, the CAP 5 is the years 1 through 5, prioritized and constrained. The second element is the 15-year capital needs projection, not prioritized, not constrained. Next slide. So board involvement, a lot of it is through the CPC, which guides the entire process. The board itself, through the CPC, determines and adopts the priorities, and that's the basis of this item. It's a two-phased approach. The first one is to rank all the projects irrespective of funding or cost, basically how they help VTA deliver its or meet its goals. And then the second look at it, you include the cost and funding projections. And again, the board adopts the SCIP primarily the CAP 5 every 2 years. Next slide. Okay, so this is a visual representation of the workflow. We're at stage 4. In August, the CPC reviewed and recommended The scoring priorities, they've made their recommendation to the board. That's, we're at bubble 4. And then we go on. If the board approves it, the projects will be ranked with them accordingly. They'll be sent to the CPC to review and recommend. They'll send it to the board for approval, and that helps form the capital element of the biennial budget. Next slide. Okay, lots and lots of projects. They need to be grouped. These are the groupings, the 1 through 8. The first 5 align to FTA categories, while 6 through 8 reflect VTA's multimodal responsibilities, highways, bike ped, and other things. With that, I will turn it over to Marcella Renzi, the DD of Grants and Allocations, and she'll walk you through the scoring process. Marcella?
And the lights go off.
Yes.
So what we have up before you is are the criteria that were used in the last few cycles. And next slide, please. These are the criteria that we're proposing. Most of what we're doing is broadening them to cover more than just VTA's transit enterprise responsibilities. Next slide, please. So this and the next slide after this really have the meat of what is in these criteria. Rather than go through each one by one, I will simply say that we did 2 things, actually 3 things with them. First, again, broaden them to be more multimodal. Second, add elements to address equity in its various forms. And then third, adjust the scoring so that it is in whole numbers and multiples of 5. I think the one thing I'll say about the weights is that a lot of thought went into them, and collectively we reached a place where if we tried to emphasize something more, we wound up de-emphasizing something we felt should not be de-emphasized. Next slide. So again, the more detailed criteria. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Stephen to wrap up the presentation and get to your questions.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is just a summary. Again, I talked earlier about having unconstrained or having the constrained part where funding isn't a consideration. That's stage gate 1. Stage gate 2 is where we actually factor in the funding availability and the cost. But it all rolls up into the Cap 5, which the board approves. Okay, next slide. So in the blue is where we are right now. We're requesting your approval of the capital priorities for the Cap 5. If you approve them, they will be used to score the capital projects. Then those will be taken back to the CPC for review and recommendation. If they recommend, it'll go to the board. And then in March, then in April, the full package, the first, as Vice Chair Hendricks said, the inaugural skip will be presented for board adoption. And the first 2 years of the skip, the Cap 5 will be carved off to help inform the biennial budget. And with that, I will close and see if there are any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to first go to our public speakers, and then I'll go to the board for action and discussion, or discussion and action.
Okay. Tessa, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. Tessa Woodmansee, climate activist. Basically, what I wanted to give recognition to Mayor Liccardo and Councilwoman Carrasco for their recognition of the climate crisis that we're in regards to prioritizing in our capital investments, things that can go forward. That's what the science says. We need to be really at 0 emissions now. And so basically what that means is that we have to prioritize what we're doing, and we need to the suburbs, really, the science is saying the suburbs need to be dropped, just like we have to drop the piney woods. We've been shown that the piney woods is not a livable area, and it hasn't been that way. And the suburbs have not been that way either. We have to start making decisions that always looking through the climate looking, and that we have to be at zero emissions, and everything going forward can only be things that can be sustained. And right now the suburbs can't be.
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
This is exactly what I was asking about earlier. You're figuring out how to bring your capital improvement projects to be more out in the open. This is great. Thank you. Good luck in your efforts to do this. It's really needed at this time. You know, on your previous item that you were talking about housing issues and the rail on the west side on the 85. You know, good luck in how you can work this out. I felt Councilperson Perales, being from San Jose, he was trying to ask what can be the future of housing and land use next to transit. And, you know, the VTA seems to have a bit of a timidity about this subject. And I respect you for that. But the VTA also has an important cause and purpose in the future of housing. And I think Councilperson Perales was trying to find a way to address that. So I wish you luck, and we all want 85 project to succeed. And
I'm going to go to the board, and I will start with Mr. Hendricks.
Are you ready for a motion?
I am.
Yeah, I move that we approve the proposed criteria and scoring to be used in evaluating and prioritizing projects for the 5-year element of the inaugural VTA Strategic Capital Improvement Plan. And I'll just make my comment right now. This really just brings more engagement by the board and more transparency to what we're doing.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second by Rob, and I'll just comment that a few comments on this. I like how they moved some of the weighting from the preserves transit basically to improves the transit system. If you clearly need to maintain your current system, but if you're thinking too much about maintaining your current system, you don't move on to something that's better and more efficient and hopefully even more cost effective. You know, when I first looked at this, I also was a little worried that we're taking some score off of the increases mobility and ridership, which are passions of mine. But I realized when we increased the environmental sustainability by almost the same amount, many of those really address the same thing. There's a lot of overlap. You know, support our TOD policy, support complete streets, create or enhance land use transit connections, I think are all things that also address the mobility. So I'm happy with where the numbers ended up and seconding it, of course.
Great, thank you. I have no other comments from my colleagues. I'd like to thank staff also and then request a roll call vote.
Okay, Carr,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Ellenberg,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo,
Aye.
McAllister. I don't see him on the tile, so I'll call O'Neill. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Nunez. Okay. Perales,
Aye.
Rennie,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to item 7.3. And this is an action item. And this is to adopt and authorize the board chairperson to execute resolutions for the VTA ATU pension plan and CalPERS pension plan coverage groups to begin the process for a Section 218 agreement. The full staff recommendation is on the screen. This is an item relating to Social Security benefits for VTA employees. For our employees to get Social Security benefits in addition to their pension, VTA needs to have what is called a Section 218 agreement with the Social Security Administration. Back in the early 70s, when VTA was known as the County Transit District, an agreement should have been entered into with the Social Security Administration, but that did not happen even though Social Security contributions were withheld as if an agreement was actually in place. We're now going to correct that so that we can get to the necessary paperwork, get it in place so that we can just maintain the status quo, maintain benefits. To do so, VTA needs to hold an election for each of our 2 pension plans where the majority of current employees vote yes to participate in Social Security and for VTA to enter into the Section 218 agreement. This would preserve and protect Social Security for all past, current, and future VTA employees. This process is overseen by the State Social Security Administrator. As a first step, the State Social Security Administrator requires that resolutions be adopted by this board seeking authorization from them to hold the election. VTA staff is proposing to hold the election in March of 2021. You may recall that this board created a subcommittee consisting of me, Glenn, and Howard to work with staff and the unions on this issue. Last month, the subcommittee participated in 5 town hall meetings with the union leadership, current employees, and retirees to inform them of the issue, share with them the plan for correcting it, and answering the questions that they had. The State Social Security Administrator participated in these meetings. The union leadership has been extremely supportive in this effort and committed to making sure that the employees are informed and that they do in fact turn out to vote. Over the next few months and leading up to the March election, we'll continue to hold informational sessions and engage with our employees. At this time, I wanted to see if any of our colleagues that are part of the labor movement would like to say a few words, and I wanted to just thank them. We have from SEIU, I think Tammy Denoda is with us.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Tammy, did you want to say a few words? Did I?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Hi. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Tammy Denoda from SEI. I'm from SEIU Local 521. I'm the VTA chapter chair and also Region 1 Vice President. And I'm also a 25-year VTA employee. I just want to thank our board chair, Cindy Chavez, for informing us of this situation that we're under with Agreement 218 a couple of months ago, and also for her efforts to create this subcommittee that we've all been working on so hard. And I also want to thank our board members, Glenn Hendricks and Howard Miller, not only for being on the committee, but for your dedication and all of your efforts to help the VTA employees and the VTA retirees. It's a unique situation that all of us are learning as we go. But I definitely just wanted to make sure we express that we're all dedicated to this cause, of course, because it allows the VTA employees and retirees to continue what they've always known that they've had, what VTA has always contributed on their behalf, and what people have always enjoyed when they retire and always known would be there when they retire. So again, I can't thank you enough for your leadership, Cindy, Glenn, and Howard, because that's really what's helping us move all in the right direction and be part of this team. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tammy. And with ATU, is JP with us?
Yes, Madam Chair, he is.
Yeah.
Yes, good evening, everybody, and thank you for all the work that you guys have done to guarantee our Social Security. I'm John Pospashek. I'm Vice President of ATU 265. ATU 265 urges the VTA Board of Directors to pass Agenda Item 7.3. This resolution will begin the process to get a Section 18 agreement passed to guarantee Social Security benefits for all past, present, and future ATU members. The intent has always been there for VTA employees to be a part of Social Security, and VTA must fulfill that promise for all current and retired employees. Thank you.
Thank you for your work as well. Steve?
Yes, I'm here.
Jovell? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Cindy.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Steve Jovel. I am the AFSCME Local 101 and VTA Chapter President, also a 22-year VTA employee. I would like to say thank you to the VTA committee led by Cindy Chavez, Glenn Hendricks, Howard Miller, all VTA staff, and fellow union leaders for working collaboratively on this Section 218 issue and creating a plan to pass a majority vote. This process has been inclusive and transparent to the labor unions and all VTA employees. AFSCME supports the resolution presented to the VTA board tonight, and we ask the board to approve the resolution to secure Section 218 agreement so that all retired, current, and future VTA employees can retain their full Social Security benefits and are not impacted with any reduction of benefits in retirement. I would like to thank all of you in advance for your support on this resolution to secure the Section 218, as this will secure everyone's benefits as we were all hired and we're aware that we had. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Steve. And then from TAEA, Stanley Young.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Stanley Young with IFPTE Local 21, representing the engineers and architects at VTA. Really want to thank Cindy Chavez for her leadership, and also Glenn Hendricks and Howard Miller. And I also want to give a shout out and a thank you to VTA upper management. Typically, there's always friction between a little labor and management, but in this case, it's been cooperation at its core and very smooth process. And we are proud to be partnering with VTA management. And we just want the VTA board to know to please vote yes on this. As John, Steve, and Tammy had said, and I could not have said it any better, this is to solidify benefits that employees already knew and thought that they had and would have going forward. So it's been a pleasure working with Cindy and her team, and also Noria and her staff on this item. And we thank you for your time, and thank you for a yes vote on this. And we urge you to please do that. Thank you and have a good evening. Good night.
Thank you all. And I just wanted to say to my colleagues, the leadership from the unions has been tremendous, because not only did they help shape the 5 meetings and help us develop all the communication materials, they did additional meetings with their unions to both prepare them before the meeting, had the meetings with us, and then continued to answer questions after our meetings. So really, to the union leadership, they have been just tremendous partners. And I also just wanted to acknowledge our staff. They've been amazing. Evelyn and Carlos and Raj, everybody's really working hard, and it's fun to all be working on some. I mean, it'd be better if we weren't working on this, to be frank with you, but since we're stuck with it, to be able to work together has been fabulous. And thank you, Nuria, your team's been just really tremendous. The other thing I just wanted to say is that I really am confident that given this really tremendously strong partnership, and honestly, Glenn and Howard have been amazing, but this really strong partnership, I'm really confident we're going to do well and win these elections. There's a lot that we have to do, but the first step tonight is adopting these resolutions. So what I'd like to do is I want to take public comment, and then I will go to the board for action, comments, and questions.
Okay, Tessa, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, because I do have, I haven't always gotten my timer, just so you know. Please fix that, okay? And so I guess the thing I was, I'm glad you're talking about benefits for our workers. And what I wanted to bring your attention to is the very much important that the workers stay home. Because I've been noticing that you're all coming back to work and, parties and things like that and celebrations. We need to stay home. And that needs to be our protocol of any of the workers that can. And that was what Cindy Chavez, which I really appreciate that she says that we need to do that throughout the whole county and throughout the whole world, is anybody who can stay home. We need to stay home. So I'm really encouraging VTA to create that as a priority, and that we really look at that lens and make sure anybody who can stay home should stay home. And really, there's really, anybody who's in the office or anything like that should be able to stay home, except for the bus drivers, of course. So anyway, that's just really wanted how important that is to the health.
Thank you. And before I go forward, I just want to let the board know that we did receive written public comment from Shelley Albright, and that can be found in the agenda packet on the website. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi. About a month and a half ago, I started looking into, funding needs for the VTA and how they can help themselves in this time. And I read over the ATU public the policy ideas in this time of COVID, and I found it really interesting and helpful. And also was a feeling that it wasn't being very well received within VTA. And I'm hoping, a month and a half later now, it is being a bit more respected. I think they have some interesting ideas in this time of COVID that I hope you can look over and that I've been really impressed with. And thanks for their work. And thank you that you're making good agreements together at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn to Glenn.
Are you ready for a motion?
I am.
I move that we adopt and authorize the board chairperson to execute resolutions as to each of the VTA, ATU pension plan coverage group, and CalPERS pension plan coverage group as defined here and substantially in the form of the attached report items A through E.
Second from Rob.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Chair, may I just offer a couple words?
Please.
Yeah, so I want to thank the chair for letting me be on this committee, and to our board. We're actually trying to synthesize down what have been hundreds of man hours of meetings and cooperation that's been going on. And I just want to give you a quick glimpse of what this is. And if you really want to see the effort that's gone on the VTA website is we have links to the videos of the meetings that we've had with the employees. So you could really get a sense of the depth and what's gone on with this. And that this 218 agreement, it doesn't create new benefits or take any away. This is just to go ahead and document and preserve what everyone believes has been the status quo. And I want to go ahead and say thank you to our union leadership partners. They have been absolutely fantastic to work with. The partnership and collaboration, I think Steve mentioned collaboration. Stanley mentioned we don't have friction. It's really been a very unique experience of having the union leadership, the board members, and members of VTA staff all working together, and that we really all speak in the same language. And this partnership is really good. And I think there's a lot more work to go. The actual vote doesn't happen until next year by the employees. But I think we've really started off on a great point of being able to work together to do this communication and education to get our employees the benefits that they all believe they were supposed to have. So please vote yes on this.
By the way, our staff was brilliant. And I think it was Evelyn who brought back Sandra Weymouth. So for those of you who know her, she's at the core of keeping us all together. So I don't know if she's listening, but we're just excited to have her back. All right, so we have a motion and a second. May I request a roll call vote?
R.
Yes.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Ellenberg,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Nunez. I believe Nunez is absent. Perales,
Aye.
Rennie,
Yes.
Hendricks,
Enthusiastic yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We'll keep you in the loop. It's only going to get more fun. All right, so we're going to move on to item 7.4, and which is to authorize the general manager to enter into a series of 90-day extensions up to a total potential extension term of 1 year to the exclusive negotiating agreement between VTA, the City of Santa Clara, and Republic Metropolitan for the Santa Clara Caltrain Station Park and Ride Lot Transit-Oriented Development Project. During the first 90-day ENA extension, Republic Metropolitan must satisfactorily address identified project risks to VTA and the city in order to receive a subsequent 90-day ENA extension. Ron Golem is going to, our Director of Real Estate and Transit-Oriented Development, will provide a report.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. If I could have the next slide showing the project site. This shows the location of the proposed TOD project. It is currently the parking ride lot for the Santa Clara Caltrain Station. You can see it's on El Camino Real across from Santa Clara University. and with direct access through the tunnel to the future BART station. The project that's envisioned and that has been the subject of work is to create a project that would involve two separate components. On the larger 1.7 acres the city of Santa Clara owns would be a student housing project with 450 or more beds. The smaller 0.7 acre parcel that VTA owns would be the subject of an affordable housing development that would be 100% affordable with 70 units of housing. What we've been doing over the past several years is in a joint exclusive negotiations agreement between VTA and the city, reflecting both agencies' commitment to doing this project only if both elements are included. So to recap the history, in December 2017, the VTA board authorized an ENA following the city's decision to enter into an ENA with Republic Metropolitan. That term was for 12 months and a 6-month extension. In August 2019, the VTA board authorized a second ENA extension for a year. We're now 2.5 years in this negotiation, and with this action could be looking at an additional 1 year of negotiations. Back in June, in closed session, the VTA board provided direction to staff on what would be VTA's minimum economic terms to consider such a project. We continued to negotiate with the developer and did not reach agreement on those terms by the expiration of the current ENA on August 5th. However, after expiration, the developer subsequently submitted a revised proposal. We reviewed this with the board at the September meeting in closed session, and it is our opinion that VTA now considers that the developer has met VTA's minimum economic terms. However, the City of Santa Clara City Council has yet to review this. Where we are right now is that while we may have addressed the economic terms for the project, there do remain significant other project risks that have not been resolved to the satisfaction of VTA or the city, and that we believe must be addressed in order for a project to occur. These are discussed at more length in the board memo. I'll just give a brief highlight. The first risk is a litigation risk, and while we normally don't discuss this in open session, this is really a matter that involves primarily the City of Santa Clara. Last December, the city attorney in Santa Clara provided a memorandum to the city council that said, based on a recent appellate court ruling in a case, that the city's process to enter into a sole source ENA was not supportable, and that this could not allow an agreement to ensue. The developer has disputed the city attorney's conclusion. However, the developer has not been able to provide any legal analysis that has led the city attorney to change his opinion. The issue for VTA is that if we are pulled into future litigation, we have a significant risk of defense costs and potentially attorney costs and other damages. The city has asked the developer to provide an indemnification against defense costs and damages. However, the developer has declined to do this. And of course, from VTA's perspective, we would want to be covered by such an indemnification. The second significant issue has to do with water wells. One of the City of Santa Clara's 3 primary drinking water wells is located on the city property and would need to be relocated for the project. The city and the developer have been working for the past 2 years to evaluate both alternate locations, testing in terms of those potential locations, and the process to get to agreement as to how this would work. As of yet, the developer and the city have not reached agreement. Finally, the third item has to do with Caltrain temporary replacement parking during the construction period. To provide a little context on this, VTA has been working closely with Caltrain staff throughout this project. Caltrain's approach, similar to what VTA does, is we look, and Caltrain does the same, at what is the new ridership that would result from transit-oriented development, what is the fare box rating that would result, and if on a net basis, that TOD, even after a reduction of existing parking, results in more riders and more revenues, that is a supportable action. And on that basis, Caltrain has said that the project, once it's built, would only require 95 parking spaces, and that's been agreed to with the developer. However, Caltrain has said that we need 200 spaces during construction, so before the TOD comes online, the current riders have access to that parking. The developer has only offered to provide 95 to 100 spaces and has offered to use commercially reasonable efforts to identify a site for the additional parking. From VTA's perspective in the city, the standard is not commercially reasonable. They need to provide the spaces. Finally, I'll conclude by sharing and to explain why we're asking for a series of 90-day extensions. Our experience over the last 2.5 years has been that short deadlines are what really focused this developer on the issues, and that deadlines have been key to trying to advance negotiations on the project. So we are very consciously asking for a series of short-term extensions to keep us focused on resolving these issues. And of course, within the first 90 days, these 3 significant issues being resolved so that we can then move on to the other planning considerations and and planning approvals that need to occur for that project. So that's my summary, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to public speakers and then I'll come back to the board for discussion and action. And I'm going to remind folks that if you spoke earlier on this item, you please don't do that again. But if you haven't spoken on this item, please feel free to join us.
Thank you. I just want to note for the record that we received written comment from Silicon Valley Leadership Group, and you can find it in your packet on the website. Tessa, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Tessa Woodman C. Yes, basically, we need to stop the BART to Santa Clara. That is an absolute thing that we have to do. And so it's connected with the Caltrain. I mean, Caltrain right now is looking for money to support itself from the community. And one of the tragedies that could happen when we have both BART and Caltrain going to Santa Clara, they both could not thrive. And the thing is, we don't need the BART to Santa Clara. The whole message of Measure B was ring around the bay. We don't have to go double time around the bay. And the thing is, we stop at Diridon, you transfer to Caltrain to get to Santa Clara, the very few people that would be going to Santa Clara. And that should be it. And we have to make adult decisions about our resources. We are at the end game. We have to really reduce our fossil fuel use to zero.
Alex, followed by Roland, followed by Blair. Alex, you may begin speaking when ready.
Alex Shore again, Catalyze SV. Our mission is to help envision and create sustainable, equitable, and vibrant places for people in Silicon Valley. One of the ways we do that is through advocating for projects like I talked about earlier regarding Google. The other way is to help improve the community engagement process to make it more inclusive and more collaborative. So one of the things we've seen in following this project that is also a potential challenge for VTA and the city is the community engagement process, that there continues to be opposition to the development, and we'd like to see those folks engaged even further. Councilmember Teresa O'Neill has talked about the importance of community engagement on this project and others, and we continue to be ready to assist the city of Santa Clara and VTA if we can be engaged in helping the developer create the best possible project possible. So hope VTA will consider that in its conversations with the city.
Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thanks again. So first of all, really strong support for this project, really exciting. With regards to leadership group, I really wish they would do like everybody else and wait for the item to show up to make their comments. That'd be appreciated. Now, with regard to Tessa's point, Caltrain actually have to build 4,007 feet of track on the other side on the east side of the existing tracks to make up for what they took away in South San Francisco. And if we build another platform there for northbound 8th and Capitol Corridor, we can now sell the entire New Hall yard, turn it over to TOD, and use the revenue to basically start generating some kind of income for Bar Phase 2. With regards to cooperation with Caltrain, I really wish VTA had the same kind of cooperation with Caltrain when they yanked away 450 spaces from Diridon and moved them to Cinnabar. As far as I know, Caltrain were never consulted. Thank you.
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, as I tried to have offered earlier, I may not fully understand the algebra and how the VTA, plans its housing developments for the area and what exactly you need to be working on at this time. But thank you for these efforts. It sounds interesting. The words of Alex Shore sounded really interesting. How does the community play an important part in this process? It's always been my feeling that mixed income ideas and to consider very low and extremely low income, that's really important, to the future of housing. I don't know if you're going to have, what you have to deal with this Santa Clara, development. But overall, I hope those ideals that I've mentioned is what the VTA can go forward with, as we were starting to go forward with before COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the board for comments and discussion. I'm going to start with Member Carr.
A quick question, Ron, has the city of Santa Clara extended the ENA?
The city of Santa Clara City Council had previously authorized staff to enter into a 1-year extension of the ENA. Because they worded their motion as only allowing 1 year, this will need to go back to the city council.
Gotcha. Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion when you are.
Okay, go ahead.
I would move staff's recommendation, move approval of staff's recommendation.
We have a motion and a second. Glenn?
Second.
Oh, Bob, Supervisor, Councilmember Nunez. Any other discussion on the motion? Glenn?
Yeah, I'll be supporting this motion, but I just want to be on the record and that I'm expecting the parties involved in this to do things correctly, but I'm looking for efficiency and speed. That, I understand, there may be need to for multiple of these 90-day things, but I want to be able to hear back from staff that things are progressing and stuff of what's going on. I think that I don't want things to be shortcut, but I think effective use and speed with getting it done right is important. And I just wanted to make sure that was said. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to reinforce that. I think that's right. We want this to come back with a little bow on it at some point, sooner rather than later. All right, so we have a motion and a second. And any more discussion on the motion? This is for item 7.4. I'd like to request a roll call vote.
Parr,
Yes.
Carrasco. I'll come back to you. Carrasco?
Yes.
Thank you. Dieppe,
Aye.
Ellenberg,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo. I'll come back to you. McAllister. I believe Mr. McAllister is not here, so I'll call on O'Neill.
Yes.
Thank you. Nunez.
Aye.
Thank you. Perales,
Aye.
Rennie,
Yes.
Hendricks.
I vote yes, but I have a question for the board. It appears you have O'Neill speaking and voting for McAllister, and I think that's your mixing city groups.
Oh yeah, that's correct. My bad. Sorry. Chavez.
Yes.
All right, motion passed.
Can I register a recusal? This is Liccardo. Thank you.
Okay. May I call on alternate member Nis to vote for Mr. McAllister? All right, no
Liz?
response.
Liz says? She's not responding.
All right, okay, motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, we're now going to move to item 8, and this is the report of the general manager. I'm going to turn this over to Nuria.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good evening to all of you. I'd like to begin my report with a recent policy we adopted that aims to ease the burden of small businesses facing in the wake of COVID-19. The policy became effective today, and it provides for payments to certified small business enterprises within 15 days after an invoice is fully approved by VTA, known as the Net 15, because of the 15-day timeline. And this practice is really going to accelerate the certified DVE, SBEs getting their money. The standard practice has been 30 days, and in light of COVID and the other challenges, we want to make sure that these small businesses continue to thrive, because they are not only supporting our procurement needs, but they're also supporting contractors as subcontractors. I believe that we are the first transit agency in the nation to adopt this Net 15. And I want to thank our Chief Administrative Officer, Sylvester Fadal, and our Chief Procurement Officer, John White, for coming up with this novelty. keeping with the survival theme, this afternoon, the U.S. House of Representatives approved the $2.2 trillion HEROES Act, and it includes $32 billion for public transit agencies. So now the whole action is now pending on the Senate side. So hopefully the Senate will take it up. I'm not quite sure with all the other priorities that are on that list, but there's so many transit agencies throughout the nation that are in dire need of access to these emergency funds. And we welcome additional funds right here in our Bay Area. With that, now I'm going to transition to the agenda that I put together that you have before you. So I want to begin with an update of the Healthy Transit Plan that the Bay Area transit agencies have signed on to. Last month, I brought it before you all for your support and you approved it. I just, as part of that plan, one of the deliverables was the creation of a dashboard that will be available to the public and passengers that shows all the steps that we're taking to ensure their safety. And that dashboard is now online, and it includes information on several categories that face coverings for customers and employees, the vehicle capacity to ensure safe distancing on board, and also contact tracing for employee exposure. We are supposed to be uploading data into that dashboard on a monthly basis. And the MTC executive director will provide a report to the MTC commissioners following, I guess on a monthly basis, following the update of the information. Next item I want to share with you is I had the opportunity to interview the Deputy Administrator of the Federal Transit Administration, Jane Williams, as part of the webinar for the American Public Transportation Association. And this was really a great opportunity given the effort that VTA has put in to not only make the funding flexible for us and the transit agencies so that we can continue providing operations as well as stay on track with our state of good repair. But she shared some really significant lessons that she has picked up from conversations she's been having around the country around how to get transit systems to work closer with the customers and to get customers to feel confident, start building that confidence back into riding transit. And one of the things that she thought was really practical was having at the end of the line when the bus is going out of service, for a limited period of time for bus operators to announce that the bus is going out of service and that there's going to be some spot cleaning as a result of that, having the buses cleanliness on the buses at all times, all of these little small things that make a big difference with the public. The other thing I wanted to share is, of course, we talked about the expedited project delivery. We know that that program is $225 million in fiscal year 20. And we have 125 million of that committed, but that is a program that's going to be in the multi-billion-dollar. That is just what has been placed as a placeholder until the first project, which is ours, gets approved, and then the appropriations on an annual basis, which would be much more than that. With that, I would like to every month give you all an update on our ridership so that we can start tracking the progress since the COVID, since March. And I've asked both Jay Tyree and Junie Toulousa to share with you the data that we get out of SCADA and then how that data is interpreted to help us make decisions on service that we put out for the public. So Jay, I'm going to turn it over to you and Junie.
Thank you, Nuria. Jay Tyree, Manager of Service Planning. So yeah, this data, we worked with Junie Toulousa and our Operations Division to come up with a few slides to give you a picture of ridership. First, I want to go over some pre-COVID ridership. This slide here shows the weekly ridership data before and after the NTSP was introduced back on December 28th of late 2019. The solid line is this year, the dotted line is the prior year for your comparison and reference to show you that the trend. Again, this is weekday ridership. You can see the increase on the bus network was better than last year. The focus, our focus in planning and operations is what's going on the bus side, because if you remember on the rail side, the NTSP represented a big investment in rail, a lot of that tied to the connection to BART. And so since BART wasn't open yet, we're not, at this point in the chart here, we weren't seeing those returns on that investment yet. So we're focusing really on what the bus network was doing. The next slide quantifies that increase that you saw there on that chart. The period preceding the NTSP, as you all know, we've been in a long-term decline in ridership. So right before it was a negative 1.2% on boardings. And after the NTSP, the first 2 months, so January and February of data, as you saw on the last chart, we increased ridership actually about 3.3%, which is a positive swing of over 4%, which is really, really very strong results for the network, considering that we didn't expect the ridership increase of 10% to accumulate until 24 months into the project. The next slide shows you just a reminder of the service network here. I bring this up because the ridership increase was almost entirely focused on the frequent network. Those are the red routes here, the 15-minute routes, and the light rail system. And that's important because those routes are really the foundation of our future networks. Because now I'm going to transition in the next slide, talk about COVID ridership. But I wanted to make that point because the frequent network is really the foundation of our network going into the future. So don't worry, we're not going to lose all those great positive gains that we've already made. This slide here shows monthly average ridership from 2020 and compared to 2019, so you can get a sense of the dramatic impact of COVID on our ridership. Of course, you see the significant drop there in March and April, and then a very slow increase in trending upwards, but it is very slight. Also notice that the seasonal variation in ridership, which is very normal for us, high in the spring and high in the fall, we're not really seeing that yet, and largely that's because of the lack of in-person school. The next slide shows a little bit of context. This is 10 years worth of data, so you can see the last decade. And I wanted to show this because I think it does give you a sense of the unusual nature of the ridership declines that we experienced. Also notice that seasonality that I mentioned. That's a normal trend for us. The next slide shows the same data and the same time period, but just a little bit different way. This shows it in year-over-year change in weekday boardings. So it takes each month's data and compares it to that same month of the prior year. So you can kind of a different way of seeing and showing the trend that we've been experiencing. And then finally, my last slide, I know there's been a lot of members requesting for more detail on route level ridership. So I put together this slide. It shows the percentage drop of ridership on all of our routes pre-pandemic and post-pandemic or during the pandemic. And I think what's really interesting on this one, and all the routes have experienced decreased ridership, but there's a clear trend going on here where it's the frequent routes that declined less than the coverage routes. So the coverage routes are really where it's taking the hit in ridership. And so this kind of speaks back to what I was talking about, the frequent network really being the core of our network and still maintaining that essential service for a lot of our riders. And with that completes my report.
Thank you, Jay. Is Judy not going to say anything? Are we good?
I'll be covering the passive information.
Okay.
So on the next couple of slides here, as Jay mentioned, we're in an unusual situation. I will be presenting statistical information on passive. What are passive to begin with? Passives typically occur when a vehicle is too full to load another passenger. And so the effect is that the passed up passenger would have to wait for the next scheduled vehicle. Prior to COVID, we've had occurrences of passives before, but not to the magnitude that we are currently dealing with. So in this slide, I'd like to give a bit of a background as to how we got there, how we got to the situation of having more pass-ups right now. Really, it is the impacts of COVID and the associated safety measures that we had to implement because of it. And so in the next, couple of items that I've highlighted here, when COVID impacts were very prevalent and obvious, VTA went immediately to work for the safety of our operators and the riding public. We installed barriers for our operators. These are the pull-down barriers that are really intermediate solutions at this point. 100% of our vehicles are installed with this intermediate pull-down solution. But the permanent heavy-duty barriers, which we've purchased already and approved by the board, we have an estimate of at least right now, around by the end of this year, we would have 19% of our vehicles equipped with that barriers, with an initial target right now that the rest of the vehicles will be equipped 100% anyway by August of 2020. On the service side, the other impacts is we campaigned and implemented a no mask, no ride policy. We also instituted rear boarding, again, also for the safety of our operators, and with that, no fare collection, both of which were reinstituted in August. As Jay mentioned too, we had new transit service plan, full month in January and February, but suspended in March. Some routes were reinstated in August. And with all of these, in the interest of safety and also to adhere to social guidelines, that has diminished the capacity of our vehicles. This has obviously changed the way we define, or the very definition of what an overload vehicle is. And because of that, if we cannot accommodate in the interest of safety again, another passenger to be loaded, that results into a pass-up. And in the past, as part of our operational support, we do have standby support vehicles. Primarily, these were used if there's like a vehicle breakdown or accident. These vehicle support vehicles are inserted so that there's lesser service disruption. Nowadays, we're actually utilizing these standby support vehicles for pass-ups if it's warranted and when it is available. So in the next slide, please. What did the numbers look like? On the left-hand side of the table with the blue column is the first week of data in the month of September. And then on the right side is the last week of September. Back at the end of August, we implemented a process wherein our operators were able to provide us pass-up information utilizing onboard automated devices. This has given us more detailed information as it pertains to the pass-ups. So on the first week of September, you can see there that we were averaging on the weekday about 285 occurrences of these pass-ups, estimated affecting about 887 riders on the weekday. That's decreased now, at least the trend-wise, in terms of comparing the last week of September to the first week. I can, in a way, attribute this because of the standbys that I mentioned. In the first week of September, we peaked at an average of about 12 vehicles available for standby, whereas on the last week of September, we had about 17. So that 5 additional vehicle helped, certainly. And in trying to identify a real pattern in terms of where is this happening, and then at what time of the day, there is really no clear pattern per se on the data that we're looking at. But what's consistent though is that you can see here is that the top 3 routes that contribute to the pass-ups in terms of occurrences have also contributed at least 50% of the occurrences. On the first week of September, you'll see there that the top 3 routes were routes 25, 66, and 68. On the last week of September, it was again this top 3 routes with at least 50%, with routes 23, 66, and 68. At least there's an overlap between, you can see there both 66 and 68 are present in this data that we've seen. Next slide, please. So we want to identify, of course, where are these locations? And, in getting the top 10% locations where this is occurring, it actually was represented by 7 stops, predominantly in the downtown San Jose area and during the midday service, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And no surprise that these 7 stop locations are stops that are being served by the 3 routes that I just mentioned, the 23, 66, and 68, particularly for 3 locations here in 2nd Street. All the 3 of them are serving these stops. And as you can see, also this lines up the midday service in terms of the data we're seeing on the average load, passenger average load, which is again, when it peaks, then we can't really add additional passengers. So with this data that we have, we're able to hopefully again get into more detail and correlate locations. So as we continue to assess the situation, we are making informed decisions in terms of service adjustments. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Junie. Madam Chair, if there are any questions from public or board members?
Do you want to talk about safety and security or bond finance?
Before I move, okay.
Yeah, I was just going to let you finish your whole report and then go to the public and then go to the board.
Very well. So yes, I've asked Captain Lara to give us an update on safety and security, because even though our ridership has decreased, there has not been a decrease in the number of incidents. Captain Lara?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. It's been a while since I've been able to brief you guys. So this has been a trying time for Transit Patrol. Like everybody else, we're facing a lot of the challenges that all of you are facing, and having to adjust our model of policing. One might think that since ridership is so low that that would translate to lower demands on law enforcement and security. However, unfortunately, we haven't seen that, and it hasn't been the case. We've had additional demands in Transit Patrol with the COVID precautions to keep first responder healthy, and enforcement of the public health order as well, and that's added to our workload. Additionally, the precautions that we've taken in the jails and courts have limited our ability to take people off the system and book people into jail, and that has led to some repeat offenders out there. The statistics on the screen here are the month of September. We saw 99 total incident reports, total investigations. Of these cases, 28 were felony investigations, 54 were misdemeanors. 17 we are in the other categories, and I'll get into a little bit what the other category, a large portion of those in a bit. 5 of the cases in September were serious or violent offenses. And we had 8 mental health commitments. One disclaimer, though, that because this is one of those months where the board meeting falls on the first of the month, which means that these statistics were pulled a couple days ago. And so when I looked at them before the meeting today, there's 10 additional incident reports. So the true number is 109 versus the 99 that's up there. And if we can go to the next slide. So this bar graph reflects the total number of criminal incidents and Transit Patrol investigations over the past 6 months as compared to the previous year. As you see in the beginning, when COVID first hit and we had the shelter in place orders, we did see, with the stoppage of service, et cetera, we did see a rapid drop off in criminal incidents out there in the early months. However, you can see this trend line, and that trend line has gone up throughout the year to the point where we peaked in August and surpassed, despite the low ridership, we surpassed where we were in 2019. And then you see in September here, while it looks like the 2020 data is below, adding those 10 more, we're right about where we were in 2019. If not, I think there's 1 or 2 over maybe. What we're seeing in the type of incidents we're seeing is a little bit of a change. And a lot of it, we believe, or we know, is directly related to the shelter in place. Like we've heard all tonight, the levels of frustration, the levels of stressors in the community right now are at the highest I've ever seen. And with added frustration and added stressors, that leads to shorter fuses. And so what we're seeing it translate to is our incidents with operators, as well as a large percentage increase in vandalisms to the system. And a lot of the vandalisms and the interactions with the operators are directly related to trying to adhere to the mask mandates or trying to adhere to the social distancing requirements. And this really mirrors what Junie and Jay were talking about with the pass ups and the frustration that leads to that. It also mirrors the customer service complaints. And so what's happening is some examples of this are person gets on with no mask, operator advises the person they have to wear a mask, they get frustrated, kick out the window of a bus. We've had several incidents like that. Or bus switches the sign over to bus full, they're at capacity, person's waiting there to get on the bus passes up, person gets angry, throws an item at the bus, breaks a window. We've had a lot of broken windows on the buses, which is an impact to the system because you got to take the bus offline. There's a cost, and that bus is out of service until they can get the repair. And another concerning trend are the other sections I mentioned in the previous slide, and these are mental illness commitments. We've seen a drastic increase in suicidal individuals or people that we've had to do 5150 holds on. And over the last 6 months, we've made 60 mental health commitments on the system. You compare that to the same period last year, and we were at 43. So that's a big difference there. Vandalisms, again, 57% increase. So what have we done to address this? You've heard in some of the slides about, backup buses and things like that. That's helped. We've analyzed the data for the public health order complaints, and we've adjusted our security accordingly. Some measures you'll see out there on the system, some measures you won't. When masks were in short supply, we did work with VTA, and we got a small reserve of masks that the deputies would carry. And the goal is to diffuse the situations out there. So we would carry mask with us to the calls for service, and we were able to diffuse a lot of the situations that way. Now that when masks are in more readily available, thanks to general manager's advice, we were able to get those masks put out on the system on the vehicles themselves, and that has helped. And I think increasing the capacity with the backup buses and the frequencies has helped quite a bit. We're hopeful that this fact that we ticked down in September and again, mirroring what Junie was talking about, we saw a reduction in the second half of August in public health order violations and incidents as well. And that looks like it continued through September. And another positive news is we've had a very high success rate in the number of arrests on these situations with the damage to the bus and operator assaults. So our percentage of arrest is very high. If we can go to the next slide. So this is kind of interesting. This is a breakdown of the public health order calls. Now these are in addition to the last slide. The last slide was specific to criminal incidents that we took reports on and did investigations on. This slide is specific to the public health order complaints and calls that Transit Patrol was dispatched to. And this is May through August. We still haven't done the analysis of September, but in May through August, we responded to 337 reports of public health order violations on the VTA system. Again, consistent with what Junie was talking about, the vast majority or the majority is in our Tom 5 beat, which is in the downtown area. So we've seen the most complaints in our downtown area. 77% of the complaints were bus, and as opposed to only 23% were train. And for whatever reason, almost a quarter of the public health order complaints fell on a Thursday. I can't figure out why that is, but we had 24% of the violations fell on Thursday. And we'll be continuing to monitor this and analyze this. And we're getting presentations from VTA customer service, and we'll work with Junie and Jay also to kind of mesh these together because we see some of the same trends
from all aspects there. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Captain Lara. So on a lighter note, I'm going to ask Raj Srinath to share some good news.
Thank you, Nuria. Good evening, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to share with the board an exceptionally good financing or refinancing transaction we did last month. Certainly was the first of its kind for VTA in the sense that we were able to get a second bite at the apple to get additional savings. In 2015, we issued refinancing bonds to refinance bonds issued in 2007 to get a savings of about $14.5 million. The same bonds last month, we did another refinancing transaction to get additional savings of about $6.4 million. So the total savings from both refinancings, one in 15, one last month, realized as about $20.7 million in savings on the transaction that was done way back in 2007. That's remarkable, but we had to jump through some big hurdles. One big hurdle was the 2015 bonds were tax exempt bonds. And we could not, based on some tax reg and legislative issues, we could not issue another series of tax exempt bonds. So we had to issue taxable bonds for this. And that brought with us few other additional disclosure issues, which were pretty complex. And I want to take this opportunity to thank our General Counsel, Evelyn Tran, whose input and guidance on some complicated disclosure issues were really valuable that helped us reach the goal. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank two members of my staff, Michael Smith and Brian Tyson, who worked tirelessly over the last 2 months to bring this transaction to a successful close, because we didn't want to miss out on the window where we could do this and realize additional savings. And as you can see from the bottom line, I want to repeat this again. This was over a $20 million savings on the bonds that were issued in 2007 from two different transactions we were able to do, one in 15, one last month. So that's a short presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Raj. That's another $6 million for the left column. The next item, do we want to pause here, or can I go to 8.18 and just say that it's a written report in the online agenda packet?
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Nuria, that was a lot of information. I know folks are like, wait a minute, this was at the end. We should have done this at the beginning. So I'm going to give our board a chance to digest what they just heard. We'll go to the public and then come back to the board for questions and comments. And I'll come back to and start with Glenn there. So if I could ask the clerk to call on our public speakers.
Yes, Tessa, you may begin speaking when ready.
My city council member, Deb Davis, has broken her duty as my representative. Deb Davis ignores my questions and concerns on her virtual office meeting, which she only has had since she is running for office. The role of representative is to listen, collate, and communicate the views of all the constituents that they represent. In addition, Mayor Liccardo never reaches out to hear the concerns of his community either. And of course, we have our public comment at the end of the meeting. The concern that I have that I'm bringing to the VTA board as our public health representative from the county is that the sidewalks are not safe to walk on. The sidewalks are not safe because the capitalists of our city council members have given the sidewalks to corporations. So now the citizen cannot walk safely on the sidewalk. We are exposed to the customers and their COVID-19 issues because we can't even get away from them unless we go into the street and get run over by cars on the Alameda or anywhere else. So our sidewalks are not safe. This is what's happening. And we need VTA to address the sidewalk ability that we don't have safe sidewalks.
Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. And first of all, big high five to the chief. Long time no see. Thank you for your service. Now, getting on to business, we just spent the last 10 years wasting, let's just say blowing $3.5 billion on BART. And we've been operating this service for 4 months. And I'd like to know when we're going to see some ridership that will either cooperate to dispute what I'm reporting to the board. On NTSP, a member car, I hope you're not going to get upset with me. But the 568 It's absolutely beautiful. I've been advocating for this for the last 2 years, and they delivered. But this is absolutely the wrong time to start implementing this service. We need to focus on the 68 and obviously the 66, but that's just San Jose. Make sure there's a minimum 15-hour headway, maximum headway, and then additional service just to make sure we don't leave anybody on the side of the roads. It's more critical than 568 anytime now. Thank you.
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you. Sorry for your criminal report and what's happening there. I hope that you're in figuring out better funding pattern ideas that can release a lot of tension, and that can really help in the next few months. I think move things along, and that can rub off on other people and everyday people, and they can catch the feeling, the good feeling that we're trying to make things work and good. With that said, thank you for your work on small business loan programs, I guess, in some way. There was an item 3088 that, only partially addressed things, and it left it up to people like the VTA to work on other stuff. Ashkara, he really wants to be able to expand that kind of stuff. Good luck in those efforts. And finally, with 10 seconds, a reminder, as we're building Google Future, always think of the East Side. The East Side has to be included in the conversations.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now to Member Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go ahead and make a comment to Nuria, her leadership team, all the VTA staff, employees, and I just want to say thank you. I think you guys are doing a fantastic job. As a multi-year board member here, I've come to realize that I think VTA's job and what the employees do is very difficult during what we'll call normal times. And we are clearly not in normal times right now. The complexity of problems that COVID had, the financial implications of that has brought on to you are just huge. And I just really want to say thank you and appreciate the work that's being done by all the VTA staff to keep the service running as we can, and so that we're in a position to expand service as the COVID situation changes. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I was remiss and I did not mention that the 2016 Measure B placement, right, is in the packet, and that provides an update on the Measure B programs. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make, so first of all, thank you, Glenn, for acknowledging that. And just to say, it's amazing all that's happened even during COVID-19, Nuria, under your leadership with your team. And Raj, we're always excited to learn about how you find money, and you really are a rainmaker. So thank you to you and your team. I think, Nuria, one of the recommendations I would like to make is that as we go through our committee work over the next month, and I know we're going to have a bigger discussion in December around the transit plan, I would like to recommend that the discussion on both the ridership numbers and also what's happening with people being passed up, and coupling that with the safety report, that I think there's value to reporting this out through each committee so folks can better understand how you're responding on the ground. Because I think one of the points that Captain Lara raised that I thought was really interesting is that by hearing all three of the reports together, Nuria, the way you structured them, it gives you a picture of a series of challenges that are happening that I think are going to be really important for the board to understand as we make decisions on the next phase of work. And I think it's so important. One of my concerns is that that it's going to be difficult to dive into all the details tonight, but I do really think that we ought to at least offer that to the committee chairs prior to the December meeting. And for those of you who are chairs who are on the board, does that sound okay with you to hear this item in your committees? Yeah, as a partner, okay. Because I think the package is what's interesting and unique. Heard all pieces of it, but I've not seen it together, and that brought some different kind of strategies to mind. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues for Nuria or her team? I don't see any, but I am going to make that request as a next step. All right, so we're going to move on. I do not have a report, and I'll see if there are any items for referral. Elaine, Elaine, I'm sorry. Elaine, let me just do items for referral real quick, and then I will come back to you to finish up. And are there any announcements from my colleagues? I know Elaine has one. Elaine, do you want to make your announcement?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a correction that for item 7.2 and 7.3, alternate board member O'Neill voted for member Nunez, so the vote's still 11-0 with 1 absent, which is member McAllister. Thank you.
Thanks, Elaine. Thanks for, and Glenn, thanks for catching that. With that, we're going to take public comment on our last item, and then we're going to wrap up.
Tessa, you may begin speaking when ready.
Okay, thank you so much. The one question I was having when Mayor Liccardo reclused himself, what's the word? Recluse, whatever, where you don't vote, recluse, and you don't vote on the item. You know, I think it's really important that he would articulate what his relationship is that made him to have to not be able to vote on that issue. I think that would be full disclosure. That would help us understand his relationship to the businesses that he is representing, because that seems to be the orientation of our boards. And so really having that openness, and I see that even in the city council when our city council members, oh, I'm a real estate agent, Pam Foley says, and that really clouds our decision making to really represent the cities and the community, the people. And so I think we shouldn't be working in any other job unless, you know, when we are representatives. I think that's very critical that would.
Laird, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, this meeting tonight really reminded myself that you guys are really considering, you know, what is the future of mass transportation in San Jose, in Santa Clara County. You know, I know the Mayor Liccardo really wants to do the private transportation stuff, and most are kind of hesitant towards that. I think we have a few more years only with the COVID, and, you know, we maybe not have to do dramatic things at this time, but there's that balance, there's that, you know, give and take. I hope you can figure that out, what that is. As a long-term goal, you know, you guys were busting people on the light rail for years, and that's an issue that really has to be looked at again. And finally, to conclude, you know, with the 85 project that you talked about tonight, you know, I hope you can consider just the east side and just use that balance. The same with the Google issues. Just balance the east side issues with your east.
So I want to say thank you to our public speakers, but also just to our board. Thank you for the robust discussions, and Nuria, to you and your staff, thank you for the really amazing work, particularly our drivers, particularly those who are out working, and our customer service folks who are working with the public, and our public safety folks. So with that, we are adjourned, and I look forward to seeing you all, even if it's on the internet very soon. And thank you for the beautiful reminder of Charlotte Powers, and in whose honor we adjourn tonight. Thank you, everyone. Be safe and be well.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to be ending the meeting for all now.